very gospel, Chukwudika must be with us. Therefore, without any further hesitation, we must proceed to offer every prayer to Chukwu Okike Abiyama who resides in heaven. Therefore, as we always commence, not from today, but from of old, our Father who art in heaven, as long as we come on air every evening, the whole world must listen. As long as we do this very gospel, Chukwudika Abiyama must be with us. Therefore, without any further hesitation, we must proceed to offer every prayer to Chukwu Okike Abiyama who resided in heaven. Therefore, as we always commence, not from today, but from of old, our Father who art in heaven, that your name may be hallowed by men, that we may bow at the mention of it, that we may offer every glory unto thee, that we may offer you every adoration and adulation, because there is none like thee. You fight our battles for us. Every blessed day you demonstrate through your kindness and your everlasting mercy that you are our Lord, our God, and our Creator. This evening we offer these your children unto thee all over this very planet that you created. They are listening across the entire 24 time zones on this very planet where they inhabit. They are listening to your gospel this very evening, this gospel of redemption, a gospel of hope, a gospel of restoration, a gospel of renewal, this very gospel of freedom, this very gospel of emancipation as only you ordained. That this very gospel must be preached, that mankind may be set free from the eternal damnation of the creation of the British. My goodness me, I want to remain in the spirit, because we must worship heaven. We answer your name, O Lord of hosts. Everything about us is designed to offer glory unto thee. We have atoned for our sins last year. This very year, we have not only atoned for our sins, we have spilled, we have shed blood, they have shed our blood. We have let our sacrifice be made unto thee. Even on the 30th of August, as we are being felled by the bullets of the enemy, by the workers of iniquity and of darkness, we remain very strong today to beckon upon thee, to ask you for your mercy and for your grace, to ensure that your kingdom is restored upon the face of the earth, that you can bring your healing hand to bear upon the life of those of them that you created for one singular purpose, and that purpose alone, which is to worship you in truth and in every honesty. Is there any way that we have erred? Is there any way that our ancestors may have sinned? We confess before a congregation of the whole of humanity to ask you, O Lord of hosts, to have mercy upon us. You must have mercy upon us. We have suffered enough. We have been subjugated enough. We have been tortured enough. We have been imprisoned enough. We did not do these people anything. Our only crime is to answer your name. Our only crime is to be born your children. Our only crime is to excel at everything that we place our hands into. Our only crime is to exhibit your glory and your blessing, which manifestedly is upon our lives of the blessed day. That is why they want to kill us. That is why the British want to join those of them who don't know you, to destroy your creation and your inheritance. You will not allow shame to befall your name. You will not allow the enemies to triumph over the lives of your children, because you created us to exist, to worship, to honor, and to praise you. That's exactly what we are going to do when this Biafra comes. It will come in truth and in every honesty, because we remain every blessed day. Chukwu Abiyama believe the whiter than white, and whiter than snow. Is there any way that we have sinned that you cannot forgive us our trespasses, to enable us to fulfill your own word, which was spoken thousands of years ago, that instead of what you promised not to come to pass, that heaven and earth will cease to exist. You opened your mouth to bless mankind to the coming of Yeshua, who came here and said,
Hi. Crazy weather lately, right? Yep.
let your kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven. Those words can never be in vain because they are anchored upon your holiness and your magnificence. That is why, in the end, we know that Biafra will come, that these children that we have given birth to all over the world, and their children, and their children, and their children, as long as they give birth to them and they are Biafrans, they will worship you in truth and honesty. Through this very work we are doing, mankind will come to understand you. Let your miracle be wrought in our lives. Let us witness and behold your magnificence, your holiness, your mystery, and your grace under our command. O Lord of hosts, we call upon you. We call upon you to heal. We call upon you to provide succor to those of them who are inconsolable. We ask you to come and strengthen those who are weak. We ask you to restore hope where there is hopelessness. We ask you for inclusion where there is destitution. We ask you for one brotherhood, one camaraderie, one bone, one blood, and one flesh of your children. The epics and the bibios, the Izon, the Shekiri, the Isobos, and also those of them from Isoko. We are traveling all the way to the lands of Igala. We are moving on from there to Idoma, to Igede, to the territories of the Igbo land. All these places we dedicate unto thee. All these lands of yours, we ask you to cover it with your mercy. Because Biafra will come, and when it does, we will dance on the streets. I'm telling you, by the time that we are done, humanity will think that we are mad, we are drunk in your glory, and rightfully so, because your kingdom will come to rest upon this very earth. That very kingdom is the unadulterated, non-negotiable sovereignty of the Republic of Biafra, that your will may be fulfilled in our time. All this we pray, all this we ask for, in no other name apart from that name that belongs to you. He said,
yes, we want to use the prayer to welcome everybody in this particular wonderful program. I am having my senior comrades, Mazekai. So on that note, I welcome all Biafrans, those who already joined us, and those who will join us later. But one thing I will plead with you as you join us, please hit the like button, subscribe, comment, and share the program. You already know Mazekai, one of your own, one of your humble servants. This USB research, one of your humble servants also, to stand on the truth, to make that we let the whole world to understand at this stage what we are doing, and why we are doing what we are doing, because of is the only way that she. So on that note, I want to welcome Mazekai on this hallowed program this evening to greet all Biafrans and before we move. So please, on this note, Mazekai, good evening from my location, and the welcome to honor my invitation. On that note, I welcome you. Thank you so much for being here. You're welcome, Mazekai. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. God bless you, and I welcome everybody that
you can unmute.
No, my mic is not on mute. I'm not on mute.
We can hear Mazekai. We can hear you. Unmute.
You can't hear me.
We can't hear you. Now or mute now, let's see.
Can you hear me?
We can't still hear you. What's happened?
Okay, I will go out and come back. I will go out and come back.
Okay, it's okay now. It's okay now.
Okay, it's from your end now, my brother.
Yeah, I see it's from my end. Yeah.
Okay, so I welcome everybody. Thank you for having me, Chino. God bless you. God bless you. So we are back again together just to make sure that we study this thing together. Not that nobody is teaching anybody. We are here to study, to learn from each other, and we have come together this moment to do that together. And I welcome all of you in the comment section. Those of you that will join us when the link will be shared, and those of you that will come across this video, please make sure you like it. Like the video and share it to platform of your choice, be it WhatsApp, Facebook group, as anywhere at all. Just share it and tell your neighbors to come and learn together. Let us go through this together. Make sure, like I said, you put your comment. Let us know how many of you that are here together with us. This is a live broadcast. It's not being recorded. So what you are watching is live program. And I greet all of you. Thank you so much, Thank you for having me.
Yes, thank you so much, Mazakai. Honestly, whenever I'm with you, I feel like if there is any loophole, that loophole will be completed or fill up with a lot
I
of
am not
words
you.
of wisdom. No. Honestly, whenever in a snow quibo, anya for ibi ya afọ ọ ya bụ ihe dị ya bụrụ na anyị bụ Chineke onye nwanne ya zọnye ụkwụ ọkpachiri ya onwe ebe nwere little bit hole cover ya up and aga wash my back, I wash your back. That's what I simply mean. We can go off my ears. I want to thank you. What we have to do this evening is something that we want Biafrans to know why we are here. If you already see the headlines on our captures, you will understand why we are here. I usually use this word many times in my program these days that there is two things that's why Biafra has never been come. Why we have wasted 57 years. Because of one, we are ignorant of history and the law. These two things is the main problem we face. We only one Biafra, specifically now. If not for Mazakai, nobody will bring Biafra. If not for Mazanandeka, nobody will bring Biafra. If not for Simon, nobody will bring Biafra. Those things, we are saying all those things, acting on those levels because of we lack the knowledge of how to achieve Biafra as a country. And the knowledge to achieve Biafra as a country, you can't find them in university. It's hardly for you to see all this law that made Obatobi to say to tell us that a road to achieve Biafra is in the open. But in IPOB, we believe that a road to achieve Biafra is in a secret something that nobody knows about it. When you look at every movement of Simon by making this open, and they finally tell us that Biafra, a road to achieve Biafra is the open. When you come around of some good Biafrans and listen, you will learn from them and also find out that this road to achieve Biafra is in the open. When it comes to things that many countries or many organizations in Africa, we're talking about, I want to put it today on Africa Direct. I have found out that in Africa, about almost 60 countries in Africa got their freedom through government in exile. I have also found out in Africa that almost 20 countries lost their own and they redeclare it. Before they redeclare, the the word transition. Through transition in mind to a country where you are, the word government in exile comes in. When the word government in exile comes in, a word declaration follows up. Then after declaration, the last word is recognition. You see, this first step is what we lack. And now on this first step, when you talk about government in exile, you have now start talking about government in exile. So when we talk about government in exile, you are now talking about Montevideo Convention. We talk about declaration, you are talking about UN Charter. We talk about recognition and diplomatic and treaties, you now bring it in general first step again. Montevideo Convention, Geneva Convention, UN Charter, and the Vienna Convention. These four conventions, or these four law, the only one that is open is the easiest one, the UN Charter, Article 2 in bracket 7, where you can under self-determination. This self-determination including organization, also they have their rights. When you go down to the Article 2 in bracket 7, down to bracket 55 of this Article 7, of this Article 2, you will surely see that organizations have a group, have a law that protect them also. All are under self-determination. But when it's above self-determination, now the existing protocol, Article 1 of the same UN Charter, Geneva Convention, Vienna Convention, Montevideo Convention, that was adopted or they implemented it fully 2001 as the first modern era. The world now, looking at these four organizations or four constitution or four authority or law that back up of those that want a country, it will hardly go to went to university and they teach you about Geneva Convention, Vienna Convention, Montevideo Convention. No, but you can read in school about UN Charter. It is open. But these three that are main guideline of how Biafra will be a country, that the only when these four constitution govern you is when you transition into exile. Without exile, without declaration, Geneva Convention is not for you. Montevideo Convention is not for you. Montevideo Convention is not for you. Then Vienna Convention is not for you. But UN Charter is for you. It's the only one. And when you have four subjects or four exams, you will pass only one subject. You know that you failed the exam woefully. You did not pass the exam. So you have to repeat the class again. So for we as people of Biafra, lack of transition is what they call that when organization stay overdue of 6 years under fighting for a country within organization, agitation and protest, that they refuse to transition, that is lack of ignorance of international law or international treaty, how you can achieve a country. Then when you, it's maximum 6 years supposed to be protest, agitation, and the awareness. The 7th year should be the transition into a full government in exile structure. Now, based on today's program, we want Biafrans to understand the situation of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa. We want to present to them today 5 countries and 5 leaders in Africa that was being arrested, sentenced to life imprisonment, or gives 10 years, 20 years, when they are still under organization. no local court of that country that they want to break into two or they want to exit from, their local courts or their local law never release them. What released them is what you're going to see today, how this 5 leader was being released. And as they released, what was their position? Remember that there was being arrested under organization that they form is where they are before they was arrested. Now, for the people that they are with to transition to form government in exile, to issue declaration, to achieve recognition, there was not aware of it. But all they know that those outside are fighting the cause. Why is it like our own case is not like all these people? It's unlike these 5 and these 5 countries. That there are 30 countries in number and their leaders that are having the same problem that was also being released. But we choose exactly specific 5 that is the same with our own case as we are talking right now. That Mazda Kanu still remain in prison, Patobe still remain in prison, and people are falling deep, falling back, falling backward, and people are scattering helter-skelter. Is it how to do it or how? So that is we're here today to present to you all these things so you will know exactly what to expect. And in the shadow, or sorry, in the shoulder of those that the release lies on, that it lies on you as a Biafra under USB, and also the importance of the government, that we must support our government so we can be able to achieve our own, and also set Mazin Nandekan, set Simon Epa free. Without us going through this way, these 5 countries that we are going to play out to you, and we will analyze it together with you, you will understand that there is how it is. Listen, my final word before I give over to Mazi Kai. Emotion, love is not included a way to have Biafra as a country. And this has been some of our main problems we have. So before we proceed, I want to allow Mazakai to touch that 1 or 2 things before we dive into the program as we normally do it. So Mazakai, please have the mic.
All right. Thank you so much once again. So this program is not for people that are emotional. This program is not for people who refuse to understand. Even when you are playing something in their presence, they'll keep on trying to downplay it. It is something that you don't need to be a graduate to see the reality. As Nobos Namarosa, we anyway by another. We are not issue of freedom or the circumstances that we find ourselves is not spiritual per se. It's actually both spiritual and physical. Those who joined Mazda Marocano with the different intentions, of course, they will draft out another mechanism to make it look like it's something that is too mysterious, that you will not understand how to go about it. One thing God has done for us is to give us people of different character, people that are specialized on those things that we need to know, to advance the cause. Somebody like Chino, somebody like DPM, somebody like Famdi, somebody like I'm just picking names that are here. I don't want to say Mazda and the PM because they are not practical, they are not physically here with us. Okay, but people that have this knowledge and skill that is of benefit, like the goddess. We have it now, and people need to hack into this gift to understand some of those things, because no matter how you want to see people, there are people who are here now trying to present themselves as if they love Biafra, they love you, they want to give you freedom, but in reality, what they are doing is to enrich themselves. Now, if you understand what Chino was saying just now about countries that have followed this pattern, what they did, steps to follow, what is required of you. It's not about what you want to do. There's difference between what you need to do and what you want to do. You may want to sit down, but the circumstances require that you will stand up. Because you may drown. You may drown yourself. But you have to stand up. So if you don't understand this, then there's a problem. And for you to know this is for you to learn from those that have passed through it. If you have written WAEC in Nigeria, for example, those of us that pass through Nigerian education, if you want to write WAEC, you will be advised to go and pick up past question, go through past question. Question na exam na WAEC exam or GCE or JAM, you'll be forced to, because everybody want to pass, right? You want to make up good score. You have to go and look at past questions. That is what Chino is bringing to Biafrans, showing you the history, what has happened, what you're supposed to do, how you need to go about it. So it is not about you don't like it, then don't make argument. Just motive just but once people want to put that thing into practice, why you behind that thing. So what we are trying to say is that there are countries in Africa that have followed this pattern, and this is what they did. This is how they got to where they are today. The issue of recognition is you can't get it because you know how to back yourself or you know how to dress well. No matter the number of ties and suits you put on may not be the requirement. There are some things you need to do. It cannot just come because you dress properly. Your shoes is always shining. You have some. You have a very good, beautiful briefcase that you always carry. No, there are some things you need to have in your bag, that your briefcase. You need to have something what it takes. This thing that you are doing, do you have what it takes for you to be recognized? And the people that are waiting to recognize you are not novice. These are people that have been there. They know what it. Even they will know where to categorize you, where to put you, because they are not learning from you. They have been here before you come. So they are the one to examine you. You cannot just turn around and begin to examine them. But when you tell our people this, they will say, if I'm going to name myself now, not name why is he not my friend? My friend know how to do this. With this, your friend is yet to come. How can you just want us to rely on that your friend that we know that doesn't have what it takes for the whole thing to be actualized? So we are here again just to do the justice, just to do the needful. Make sure you like the video and share it to many platforms of your choice. We are going to start the program properly.
Thank you, Master. Let us greet those in the comment section before we transition first.
Okay.
Let's do the comment section.
Okay.
Yes.
Also blessed. Okay. Yes. I might want to greet on you.
No, go on. Yeah, I want to do that. Do it. Go on.
Also blessed in there. One day. Also blessed. Yeah, welcome. Also he said good evening. Good evening to you. Madichi goes greetings, Biafrans. They were my brother. Nice to have you. Nice to have you. Machibo said, good evening, Mazichino. Thank you for standing on the path of the truth. Biafran love you. Thank you so much. And Biafran love you too. Machibo said again, greetings, Biafrans. Thank you so much, my brother. Nice to have you. Machi again, greetings from here. Mazika report today. Wife JC na olu udo. Nke nna m dere gị ya dịkwara gị nwanne mmadụ ọ ga-adịrịrị gị na mma.
Ụmụ Biafra amụtazi nnọọ ikele in a special way these days, seriously.
I'm telling you, Amadichi Goze, we are hearing him. Thank you. Okay, that was when you said that my voice was not coming out. Yeah. Thank you. And Philip, our own brother, Philip said, we can hear you so much. Thank you so much, Philip. Nice to hear from you. Okay, Dalun, no, thank you, and you too, That is a political brouhaha, one of us. That was me. That was me. Just jump past. Ngozi ka wa mommy. Ndị a bụ ndị ọ na-abịa inecha ya odo ga ife na-ekwu na ụkwa na-abịa na akpọrọ m ya. Ndị woman, she always everywhere supporting in her own way. Greetings to you. Greetings to my lovely Mazi Kai and Mazi Chino. Good Biafrans. I salute you, Udo. Thank you so much. Peace to you, man. Flora, I see you. I am a citizen of United of Biafra. Nigeria must leave Biafra land. Thank you so much, Flora. Thank you so much. And we have Namo, the Lucky Palace. Good evening from Kamasi, Ghana. Thank you all. I'm a citizen of Biafra. Nigeria must go. We'll go out of Biafra land now. Freedom for Mazin, Namo the Kano, Mazamoneba. And thank you so much, Lucky, Namo the Devil. The goddess herself is here. I don't land Giriba. My and again, say, Mazi Biafra TV, I greet you. Goddess Devil. Please mention Christopher Okenwa.
Yes.
Okay.
When you are mentioning it we have, so it's
don't worry, we are getting there. Christopher Okenwa, yes, thank you so much. That was Uchenna, thank you. Yes. Uchenna the boy of Bamboki, they preach gospel. I am a citizen of United States of Biafra. Uchenna, you're welcome.
Yes.
Tina, Asatina. That's not Asatina, right?
No, that's not Asatina. That is not the one called Asatina.
This is Tina. So the same thing. Okay. Happy to see our great voice together. Thank you so much. Much love.
Yeah.
Stephen said, say good evening from Port Harcourt. I am happy to join the political class of Biafra. And they will Stephen.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay,
so
thank you.
Thank you. We are going to go to the program. I want to listen. We are going to play this audio from my side 2 times. So when we analyzing it, so you can also join us to be commenting based on what we're discussing here. What we're discussing here is what concerns all of us. And what to prove that whatever we think that we are passing through today, people has gone through that road and survived. There's one thing about Mazaka said. He said that in school they will ask you to go and read past question papers of those who pass from school for you to be able to graduate. Why is this our own Biafran word? We don't read about them, but we are here to make you to read about, to know that we must look at them, because those that we are calling for them to recognize you, whether you are going to Washington DC or you are going to the office of Jonathan or Tunumbu or name them, they have already have the idea and they have already passed that process. So when you come, they will examine you now.
Yeah,
that is one thing. Just my mind, just one man's mentioned those. So whatever you think that we are doing today, I don't believe in that. Or our case is peculiar. It's a pure lie. It's not peculiar. When you go to other people's history, you will see more peculiar more than your own. Of course, none of money con can Abraham.
You know when you started this research and going deeper, why other people are falling back and falling deep, falling forward and digging deeper. So this fallback of a thing is actually working in different ways. Some people are falling forward, like is miles away forward. Why people of his age are making argument in that pit, in that dungeon. Some are still falling. Some will even fall tomorrow. The falling is normal thing, but you need to acquire skills for you to fall.
What is getting me angry that number is no people. No name okay down and ask open for now. Can you go see money that was on the weather? Is the market
because when the match wear that. So if match wear that, If I die, you didn't get weather. Nature absorb vacuum. It creates a vacuum.
Yeah.
So people will replace that your strength. In order, if you say, you just make a report again, you will find that thing that normally push other people to fall will not be following you. So you now become a victim, and you are the one that opened the door because you lie that you are fault because somebody pushed you, but it was actually you that set to fall. Some of them are falling, thinking that if I never get missing, I get missing yes, but now we give 2 weeks, 2 weeks, Church Abasa. So let us be careful. Let us be careful.
Yes. Now let us play the audio too. After this one, I will play now and repeat it again before we go into our pure analysis to the program.
The self-determination movement builds a highly structured external layer. The entire legal dynamic changes. While a domestic regime will use its local laws to arrest and jail a leader for treason or subversion, a functional government in exile or external administrative command bypasses those local courts by achieving international recognition. By issuing formal sovereign declarations and working through international law, these external bodies force global superpowers to intervene. The domestic state is ultimately compelled to release the leader because international pressure transforms them from a local criminal into an internationally recognized statesman. Excluding Biafra and Ambazonia, here is the history of 5 African leaders who were arrested under local laws but freed because their organizations successfully established external state frameworks and won international recognition. 1. Ahmed Ben Bella, Algeria. The organization, National Liberation Front, FLN. The local law judgment. In October 1956, French military forces hijacked a Moroccan aircraft carrying Ben Bella. He was arrested and tried under French domestic state security laws, spending over 5 years in French prisons. Transition to government in exile. In September 1958, while Ben Bella was incarcerated, the FLN formally transitioned into an external sovereign structure, the Provisional Government of the Algerian Republic, GPRA, operating from Cairo, Egypt, and Tunis, Tunisia. The declaration, the GPRA immediately issued official declarations of Algerian statehood, creating an exiled cabinet to manage the country's international legal affairs. International recognition and release. The GPRA secured formal recognition from dozens of sovereign states across Africa, Asia, and Latin America, and successfully pushed the United Nations to validate Algeria's right to self-determination. Because the international community recognized the GPRA as the legitimate authority of Algeria, France was legally forced to negotiate with them. This resulted in the Evian Accords of March 1962, which explicitly mandated Ben Bella's immediate release from prison. 2. Andimba Toivo Ya Toivo, Namibia. The organization, Southwest Africa People's Organization, SWAPO. The local law judgment. In 1966, Toivo Ya Toivo was arrested by South African occupation forces. He was tried in Pretoria under South Africa's Domestic Retroactively Applied Terrorism Act and sentenced to 20 years in Robben Island prison. Transition to government in exile. SWAPO established a highly structured external administrative command headquartered in Tanzania, Zambia, and later Angola, which functioned as a de facto government in exile while the domestic wing was suppressed. The declaration. The external wing continually petitioned global legal bodies, issuing declarations rejecting South Africa's local administrative jurisdiction over Namibia. In 1973, this culminated in a landmark UN General Assembly declaration officially recognizing SWAPO as the sole and authentic representative of the Namibian people. International recognition and release. Because SWAPO held this internationally recognized status, the United Nations drafted Resolution 435 for Namibian independence. The immense diplomatic isolation and international law pressure forced the South African regime to grant Toivo Ya Toivo an unconditional release in March 1984, long before his sentence was finished, so he could join the international negotiations. 3. Nelson Mandela, South Africa. The organization, African National Congress, ANC. The local law judgment. Arrested by the apartheid state in 1962, Mandela was tried under domestic security laws during the Rivonia trial, 1963-1964, and sentenced to life imprisonment on Robben Island as a domestic saboteur. Transition to government in exile. Following the banning of the movement at home, the ANC shifted its entire administrative, diplomatic, and military command layer to Lusaka, Zambia, functioning as a fully operational de facto state apparatus in exile. The declaration, the external ANC issued major international legal frameworks, most notably the 1989 Harare Declaration, which set the global terms and guidelines for dismantling the apartheid state. International recognition and release. The ANC's external mission achieved official observer status at the United Nations, opened more diplomatic offices worldwide than the official South African government, and successfully lobbied for global economic sanctions and arms embargoes. The overwhelming weight of international law and economic isolation forced the South African state to legalize the ANC and unconditionally release Mandela in February 1990. 4. Habib Bourguiba, Tunisia, the organization, Neo-Destor Party. The local law judgment. In January 1952, French colonial authorities arrested Bourguiba under local martial law and emergency regulations to dismantle the Tunisian independence leadership, placing him in solitary confinement on a remote island. Transition to government in exile. In response to the domestic crackdown, the Neo-Destor Party established a powerful external directorate and diplomatic mission operating out of Cairo, Egypt, to govern the movement internationally. The declaration. The external administration issued continuous declarations demanding full sovereignty and brought the Tunisian case directly to the United Nations Security Council. International recognition and release. The international community recognized the external wing's diplomatic authority, and France faced intense pressure from both the UN and Arab League nations. Realizing that local colonial laws could not suppress a movement with international legal backing, the French government capitulated. In 1954, French Prime Minister Pierre Mendès France flew to Tunis to grant internal autonomy and unconditionally release Bourguiba so he could sign the final treaties. 5. Joshua Nkomo, Zimbabwe. The organization, Zimbabwe African People's Union, ZAP. The local law judgment. In 1964, Nkomo was arrested by the white minority Rhodesian government under the Local Law and Order Maintenance Act and held in remote detention camps for 10 years. Transition to government in exile. While Nkomo was locked away, ZAPU constructed a highly advanced external administrative and military command structure based in Lusaka, Zambia, which acted as a de facto state in exile. The declaration. The external command issued continuous sovereign declarations and appeals to the UN, the Commonwealth, and the Organization of African Unity, OAU. International recognition and release. Because the international community completely refused to recognize the local Rhodesian regime's legality, global bodies gave official backing to the external liberation structures. Superpowers and neighboring African states leveraged this international recognition to financially and logistically strangle the Rhodesian administration. This overwhelming external pressure forced the local regime to unconditionally release Nkomo, alongside ZANU's Robert Mugabe, in late 1974 to participate in international peace talks in Lusaka. The structural blueprint for success. Leader, organization, external structure base, the sovereign turning point, A. Ben Bella, FLN, Cairo, Tunis, GPRA, 1962 Evian Accords. France recognizes GPRA's sovereignty, freeing the leader. A. Toivo ya Toivo, SWAPO, Lusaka, Luanda 1973 UN Declaration, SWAPO recognized as sole representative, forcing 1984 release. N. Mandela, ANC, Lusaka, Zambia 1989 Harare Declaration, global UN sanctions forced the regime to yield in 1990. H. Bourguiba, Neo-Destor, Cairo, Egypt 1954 UN Security Council pressure, France bypasses local courts to release the negotiator. J. Nkomo, ZAPU, Lusaka, Zambia 1974 OAU, frontline leverage, global non-recognition of Rhodesia forces the leader's release.
For the second time, before we go into the program, let's play it again so everybody will understand what we want to analyze this evening.
The self-determination movement builds a highly structured external layer. The entire legal dynamic changes. While a domestic regime will use its local laws to arrest and jail a leader for treason or subversion, a functional government in exile or external administrative command bypasses those local courts by achieving international recognition. By issuing formal sovereign declarations and working through international law, these external bodies force global superpowers to intervene. The domestic state is ultimately compelled to release the leader because international pressure transforms them from a local criminal into an internationally recognized statesman. Excluding Biafra and Ambazonia, here is the history of 5 African leaders who were arrested under local laws but freed because their organizations successfully established external state frameworks and won international recognition. 1. Ahmed Ben Bella, Algeria. The organization, National Liberation Front, FLN. The local law judgment. In October 1956, French military forces hijacked a Moroccan aircraft carrying Ben Bella. He was arrested and tried under French domestic state security laws, spending over 5 years in French prisons. Transition to government in exile. In September 1958, while Ben Bella was incarcerated, the FLN formally transitioned into an external sovereign structure, the Provisional Government of the Algerian Republic, GPRA, operating from Cairo, Egypt, and Tunis, Tunisia. The declaration, the GPRA immediately issued official declarations of Algerian statehood, creating an exiled cabinet to manage the country's international legal affairs. International recognition and release. The GPRA secured formal recognition from dozens of sovereign states across Africa, Asia, and Latin America, and successfully pushed the United Nations to validate Algeria's right to self-determination. Because the international community recognized the GPRA as the legitimate authority of Algeria, France was legally forced to negotiate with them. This resulted in the Evian Accords of March 1962, which explicitly mandated Ben Bella's immediate release from prison. 2. Andimba Toivo Ya Toivo, Namibia. The organization, Southwest Africa People's Organization, SWAPO. The local law judgment. In 1966, Toivo Ya Toivo was arrested by South African occupation forces. He was tried in Pretoria under South Africa's Domestic Retroactively Applied Terrorism Act and sentenced to 20 years in Robben Island prison. Transition to government in exile. SWAPO established a highly structured external administrative command headquartered in Tanzania, Zambia, and later Angola, which functioned as a de facto government in exile while the domestic wing was suppressed. The declaration. The external wing continually petitioned global legal bodies, issuing declarations rejecting South Africa's local administrative jurisdiction over Namibia. In 1973, this culminated in a landmark UN General Assembly declaration officially recognizing SWAPO as the sole and authentic representative of the Namibian people. International recognition and release. Because SWAPO held this internationally recognized status, the United Nations drafted Resolution 435 for Namibian independence. The immense diplomatic isolation and international law pressure forced the South African regime to grant Toivo Ya Toivo an unconditional release in March 1984, long before his sentence was finished, so he could join the international negotiations. 3. Nelson Mandela, South Africa. The organization, African National Congress, ANC. The local law judgment. Arrested by the apartheid state in 1962, Mandela was tried under domestic security laws during the Rivonia trial, 1963-1964, and sentenced to life imprisonment on Robben Island as a domestic saboteur. Transition to government in exile. Following the banning of the movement at home, the ANC shifted its entire administrative, diplomatic, and military command layer to Lusaka, Zambia, functioning as a fully operational de facto state apparatus in exile. The declaration. The external ANC issued major international legal frameworks, most notably the 1989 Harare Declaration, which set the global terms and guidelines for dismantling the apartheid state. International recognition and release. The ANC's external mission achieved official observer status at the United Nations, opened more diplomatic offices worldwide than the official South African government, and successfully lobbied for global economic sanctions and arms embargoes. The overwhelming weight of international law and economic isolation forced the South African state to legalize the ANC and unconditionally release Mandela in February 1990. 4. Habib Bourguiba, Tunisia. The organization, Neo-Destor Party. The local law judgment. In January 1952, French colonial authorities arrested Bourguiba under local martial law and emergency regulations to dismantle the Tunisian independence leadership, placing him in solitary confinement on a remote island. Transition to government in exile. In response to the domestic crackdown, the Neo-Destor Party established a powerful external directorate and diplomatic mission operating out of Cairo, Egypt, to govern the movement internationally. The Declaration. The external administration issued continuous declarations demanding full sovereignty and brought the Tunisian case directly to the United Nations Security Council. International recognition and release. The international community recognized the external wing's diplomatic authority, and France faced intense pressure from both the UN and Arab League nations. Realizing that local colonial laws could not suppress a movement with international legal backing, the French government capitulated. In 1954, French Prime Minister Pierre Mendès France flew to Tunis to grant internal autonomy and unconditionally release Bourguiba so he could sign the final treaties. 5. Joshua Nkomo, Zimbabwe. The organization, Zimbabwe African People's Union, ZAPU, the local law judgment. In 1964, Nkomo was arrested by the white minority Rhodesian government under the Local Law and Order Maintenance Act and held in remote detention camps for 10 years. Transition to government in exile. While Nkomo was locked away, ZAPU constructed a highly advanced external administrative and military command structure based in Lusaka, Zambia, which acted as a de facto state in exile. The Declaration. The external command issued continuous sovereign declarations and appeals to the UN, the Commonwealth, and the Organization of African Unity, OAU. International recognition and release. Because the international community completely refused to recognize the local Rhodesian regime's legality, global bodies gave official backing to the external liberation structures. Superpowers and neighboring African states leveraged this international recognition to financially and logistically strangle the Rhodesian administration. This overwhelming external pressure forced the local regime to unconditionally release Nkomo, alongside ZANU's Robert Mugabe, in late 1974 to participate in international peace talks in Lusaka. The structural blueprint for success. Leader, organization, external structure base. The sovereign turning point. A. Ben Bella, FLN, Cairo, Tunis, GPRA, 1962 Evian Accords. France recognizes GPRA sovereignty, freeing the leader. A. Toivo ya Toivo, SWAPO, Lusaka, Luanda 1973 UN Declaration. SWAPO recognized as sole representative, forcing 1984 release. N. Mandela, ANC, Lusaka, Zambia 1989 Harare Declaration. Global UN sanctions forced the regime to yield in 1990. H. Bourguiba, Neo-Destor, Cairo, Egypt 1954 UN Security Council pressure. France bypasses local courts to release the negotiator. J. Nkomo, ZAPU, Lusaka, Zambia 1974 OAU, frontline leverage. Global non-recognition of Rhodesia forces the leader's release.
Mazika, I hope you followed on the line as I'm playing the audio.
Yeah.
So now we are going to go in from the beginning to the end of from 1 to 5. We are going to handle it. I think let's start from the beginning first. So you can start from the beginning about self-determination building. Then from there we can pick up from there. So at least you can go on.
All right. Once again, I greet all of us. Those of you that join, I greet you. Thank you for your time. Happy Ume. I can see your comment here on Mommy Ume. Thank you for the super chat. He said, I stand on my mandate, United States of Biafra. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Thank you for that. And Chika, I see you, Chika Chede Phillips. All right. When a self-determination movement build a highly structured external layers, the entire legal dynamic changes while a domestic regime will use its local laws to arrest and jail leaders for treason or observation. A functional government in exile or external administrative command bypass those local courts by achieving international recognition. By issuing formal sovereign declaration and working through international law, these external bodies force global superpower to intervene. All these things here, what they said here about mounting pressure, doing what you can do to pull out from that trap. And the trap is what? They will use everything they have, everything in under their power as a sovereign nation. Remember, they are sovereign nation, to make sure that they shut you down. Whenever you want to advance, whenever you want to make your call for freedom, like in the case of Biafra. That's why you keep on shouting injustice, marginalization, injustice. It is good for you to raise alarm, but is that going to give you a solution? No. That is why we often hear people from Yoruba land saying that Igbos are crying victim. That you are playing as your cry, your shout doesn't want it. That you're actually making noise because you fail to do what you're supposed to do and choose to do other things. But some of us have realized that no, we must start from somewhere. That was Massacre started by mobilizing people, creating awareness. Let's start from there. When he realized that people that surround him are Ndagboro, ndị na-eload moto. Some people that are loading moto are very good. Don't get me wrong. But the best word to use is Ndagboro. But I'm both suits, not a tie, to give you freedom. But they don't know what you must do, and they don't care to know. So the country will bypass their everything. They look everything to get hold of you and to pin you down. But you have to follow that pattern by making sure that you resist them and, of course, create your own way to move away from that trap and all that. Here he said, by using formal sovereign declaration and working through international law, these external bodies force global superpower to intervene. The domestic state is untimely compelled to release the leaders because international law pressure transforms them from a local criminal into an international recognized statesman. Now, they will tag the leader everything, they will do everything, but as long as you maintain that pattern, making sure that you form government in exile, and forming government in exile, you have to, like Martin started by awareness, then PM, under PM, you can see the structure about government in exile and everything. I don't believe that Master don't know what is government in exile. I believe he understands it, but he was waiting to remove this, to separate chaff from wheat, or separate wheat from chaff. So, but Master joined and helped him to achieve it better, even though he's not here. And Master Samaraba also is not here now. But what must you do for you to get that recognition? What must you do for you to have that international recognition? I don't know if you pay attention to some of those things that's been mentioned here. Why is it that after forming yourself, mobilizing yourself, and maybe some people say, raising an alarm, telling it, making sure that your voice is being heard, they always mention declaration. They always mention, like after forming government in exile, you will next thing you will see there is recognition, is a declaration. Why? Why is it important? Why is it not declaration before recognition, before government in exile? If you go through those, I don't know, if you have noticed that, if you go here now, they will look at this one and said, when a self-determination, sorry, I may not read everything, I'm just trying to pick the point from what.
Yeah.
When self-determination movement build a highly structured external layers, the entire legal dynamic changes. Now, to build that layers and everything, you have to start, for example, here he said, to arrest and jail. This is what they will do to the leaders, and all that. But here he said, government in exile or external administrative command bypass those local courts by achieving international recognition. What must you do to, like, what you are hearing now in Nigeria? If for example, they will arrest somebody, a Biafran that is going to his shop or going to school, they say that you look like ESL, they will take you to a known location. They will incarcerate you. Now, no matter how you cry, it will get a point that they will be mocking you. But how can you bypass it? Bypassing is you have to leave the environment and form government in exile, so that international recognition and attention will not be paid on you. Justice will not begin to, prevail. Because if you decide to stay, that's why when people say, if you want to, why don't you just, take your PVC, vote A and replace it with B? You cannot get it. And this thing is not about preference. It is how it is being done. Others have passed through this thing. So what Nigerian government are doing to suppress and to, plant seed plant fear in minds of everybody is just what other countries normally do also. But it is now your duty to see how you can bypass that law. That's why they said local courts or local laws, they will use local laws to arrest and jail the leaders for treason. They will tag it a treasonable offense. Now, for you to receive justice or fair hearing, according to the lawyers, you have to make sure that you position yourself in that situation or to a level that other international, powers, countries, foreign ears will start hearing your cry, start paying attention to what is going on. But if you decide to hire best lawyer in Nigeria, best son to go to court, you are your own. So then, after government in exile, after deforming government in exile, okay, he said government in exile or external administrative command bypass those local courts by achieving international recognition. Now, this one is understandable, right? If you go down again, they will start talking about declaration. Like here, after talking about Egypt, mention the countries, how other countries have been there, transition to government, from government to government in exile, from protest, from raising alarm, hiring lawyers, trying to make sure that your voice is being heard. You have to understand. You cannot get it done. You cannot attract international attention or sympathy or international power by carrying flag. Carrying flag to Geneva. You just go to maybe Israeli embassy and begin to spread yourself. Spread the Biafran flags, shouting a holy, 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 and it is good. Don't misunderstand me. But that is the first stage. Now it's expected of you to graduate from that to government in exile. Then government in exile. Then after government in exile, next thing is declaration. You have to, according to what I'm saying here. Okay, let me start from this one because, like I told you, I'm not gonna go through all the write-up here because we have played it 2 times already. So here they mention number one person because after this they decide to give you example of countries in Africa that pass through all those things. The first one they made is the Ahmed Bello, Algeria. Okay, the organization National Liberation Front, FLN, the local law judgment in October 1956. French military forces hijacked a Moroccan aircraft carrying Bembele. He was arrested and tried under French domestic state security laws, spending over 5 years in French prison. Okay, transition to government in exile in September 1958. While Bembele was incarcerated, the FLN, which is which is what they even call it here. Okay, French military forces. Is that? No. FLN. Where is that? I think I saw it above. Okay, that is National Liberation Front. Okay, that's what they call it. National Liberation Front, or the Organization National Liberation Front bracket FLN. That's what they call it. So now he said the man himself was tried and detained, incarcerated. The FLN formally transitioned into an external sovereign structure. External sovereign structure. Makadi the argument of sovereignty and all that. The provisional government of the Algeria Republic, GPRA, operating from Cairo, Egypt, and Tunisia, and Tunisia. Then again, this part is the one that sweet me die. Where after telling the government you have to form, maybe you can put your mark, after they have formed external government or government in exile, external administrative structure or government in exile, away from the countries that are trying to shut you down, you have to go out and form government. Then again, he said the declaration. The GPRA immediately issued official declarations of Algerian statehood, okay, creating an exile cabinet to manage the country's international legal affairs. You get the point now. So remember the first formed administrative, external administrative, or government in exile. This is something people need to understand. After forming government in exile, it is expected of you to declare yourself, pronounce it, that this is what I stand on, this is what I believe, this is my name, this is my territory, according to Montevideo Convention. If you go through the criteria or the requirement for you to follow that pattern of Montevideo Convention, which is happen to be one of the most popular pattern people are following in this modern age, you understand that this is something they expect you to do. First, show us the population, the landmark, that's the boundary and everything. That will help people to know truly you are capable of governing yourself. Let's go, muje. No. As you are muje, according to Nigerian military, because that's what they normally say, muje. If you want to follow that pattern, you also need to present something visible, tangible, that those who want to recognize you will see as okay. If in a background and now your parent country is true, because you actually know when you know your rights. But when you don't know those, how do you expect them to recognize you? A country like America, Britain, France, Spain, Germany, all these countries, they have been there. They know the requirement, they know what it means. Through your voice alone, they already know through the pass through persecution. Those things that you think that is not visible, they know it. They have been there. They used to do it to other people. So they know. Do you understand? They know all those things. That's why when we talk about some of us that are not paying attention, someone playing down declaration. That is what they're doing now. They're playing down. When you talk about Biafra being redeclared, they will say, are you not in control of your land? Let's pay attention, because there's another thing here. He said international recognition, release and release. The GPRA secured formal recognition from dozens of sovereign states across Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Successfully pushed the United Nations successfully pushed the United Nations to validate Algeria's right to self-determination. Okay? Even though you have right for self-determination, but validating your own right is also another thing. We always quote that according to AU law, according to international human rights law, we have rights for self-determination. And yes, you do have it. But do you utilize it? Do you make use of it? How will you not make use of it? After creating awareness, then what again? If that awareness that you created is enough, you have done it well, then you are good to go by forming government in exile. Then when you form government in exile, if you think that you have formed it and is successful, you don't need anybody to validate you on that. What you do next will determine if you have passed what government in exile is meant to give you. What are those things? Number one, making sure that you actually identify who you are, your population, the mandate of the people that occupy the geographic location that you claim you want to give freedom, you want to liberate. You have to make sure that they gave you mandate. That is when referendum comes in. Then after referendum, you have presented your map, meaning that you know the region, the boundary. You are not actually trying to force people to statehood. That this thing that you know that is good for you people, for your people, that your people also know that is good for them, and they give you the mandate. Then after giving you the mandate, what do you expect to do? What is expected of you? Come out and declare it. When you declare it, you maintain it. How can you declare it and say, okay, let's go back, and you expect people to take you serious? I am on my own. No, you knock at my door and told me, can I report? I say yes. He said, do you know that I am rich? Remember, I'm not in your pocket. I am not in your pocket. Do you know that I am rich? I am financially okay. I am on my own. You are the one that knock at my door and start demanding my attention to know what you want to say. And when I give you that attention, what I was hearing from you is that, do you know that I am very, very rich? I cannot just say no or yes. I was okay. Okay, that's good. That's good. Then after saying that, what next? What I will be hearing from you is that where in another location where some people are calling for, if you are poor, come and queue here. Line up here. If you are still poor, if I look, looking at that place, I am seeing you forming the queue. You are the one even forming. You are now in the line of people that they said, if you are poor, come and line up here. And I'm seeing you in that location. How do you not expect them to recognize you that you are rich when you have decided to go back to join, queue where people that are poor are line up? Remember, I am on my own. I did not even ask you, are you poor or rich? You are the one that knocked at my door and said, I report. And say, yes, it seems that I am very, very rich. I said, okay. Then just for me to look around, I'm seeing you now somewhere. Maybe in a form of only way poor because each of people take a price. You are now from there. So how do you not expect me to recognize you as a rich man? You see the consequence of falling back? You betray the original trust people have on you. You are betraying it on your own. Just deliberately betraying it. If you think that you're not capable enough to declare yourself, then that means you have not done well, using government in exile. You have not done your job. So this is something people need to understand. That's why when I talk about going back to the root, going back to how you started, is just to give you that idea of what is expected of you. You have to look at what people have done, how they manage themselves, what they have executed, what they have done, and what they're actually proposing. That's what you need to look at. Because the international community organized the GPRA as the legitimate authority of Algeria. France was legally forced to negotiate with them because international voices, international power or world leaders are not paying attention because what do? They formed, external administration or administrative or government in exile. They declare themselves. I'm still waiting to see where they declare and fall back to government in exile, something like that. But declaration does not mean that you are not all at all. It means that you propose your identity, you present your identity. My name is, I am United States of Biafra citizens. This is my location. This is my culture. This is what we are known for. This is who we are. You cannot just expect somebody from Geneva or from AU, somebody from ECOWAS, to tap you on shoulder and say, do you know that you're Biafran? Do you know that you are? Do you know that this is your culture? No. Nature has made it so. There are certain things that you are the one to present it to the people of the world, not them telling you who you are. They have to give you what it means, what you need. You have to give them what they need to know about you, and they will ride on that and checkmate you and see your activities so far. Are you a violent person? Are you cool-headed? Can you manage a country? Can you represent? These are some that they need to put into consideration, because the international communities recognize the GPRA as a legitimate authority of Algeria. France was legally forced to negotiate with them. Period. This resulted in the Evan Accord of March. Evan Accord of March 1962, which explicitly mandated Ben Bello immediate release from prison, because London came in first supposed men. Namibia, the second option. The organization Southwest Africa Peoples Organization, that's a SWAPO, the local law judgment in 1966. Taivo was arrested by South African occupation forces. He was tried in Pretoria under South Africa domestic retroactively appeal terrorism act and sentenced to 20 years in Robben Island prison. Transition to government in exile. Okay, this WAPO established a highly structured external administrative command.
What is it?
Okay, sorry, Gino. Hello, my brother. Can you hear me? I think Gino, your network is not responding. Is it my network or your network? Please, can somebody confirm from me on the comment section? Is my voice being heard? Or was I talking to myself? Please, somebody should tell me on the comment section. Can you hear me?
No, network.
Is it my network or your
yes,
network?
but it's coming and going a little bit.
It's coming and going, right?
No, but I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear, but I
can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
We can hear you. Can hear you. Yeah, but it's coming and going. Yeah,
it's coming and going.
I think it's network.
What is wrong?
We are hearing you loud and clear. The same thing. Loud and clear. Loud and clear. Can hear you.
Okay. Somebody.
We can hear you loud and clear.
All right. I just want to know, because there's no need for me to keep talking with that. Tina said yes, you can hear me. All right. I think the network is Chino's network. We are hearing you very clear. Yeah, I think the network is Chino's network, because my image is as clear as a satellite. I'm just talking. I think his network is not favorable. So let's continue, please. Let's continue while he will rejoin us again. So Kai, yes, your network is stable. Yeah, okay. Thank you for confirming that. I was panicking on what is going on. So this transition to government in exile, SWAPO, established a highly structured external administrative command. That is government in exile again. You have to go out from that region that are not giving you what you want. Form yourself, plan on how to get this done. Countries that have done this are many in Africa. We can count five different countries that have done this, and have done it perfectly. So when you here, I think, where's that pattern? Where's that part they mentioned that Biafrans excluding Biafra? That one pained me. I'm not gonna lie to you. That one hurt me. I'm not gonna lie. They mentioned where's that part?
I want to come in from there. I want to come in before we go to that number 2. There's something I want to establish.
So I should finish number 2, right?
Yeah, I wanted to finish number 1, then we do a little piece touching on it, then before we go to number 2.
Oh, because I've already finished number 1. I have already finished number 1. I'm already in number 2. So let's continue since you
Number
want me
2,
to
yes.
stop at number 1. Oh, yeah, take the mic. Take the mic.
Okay. So there is one thing they said here. Dear friends, why we are doing this program is this, and you see the analysis broker is giving like exactly what we need to hear. But there is one thing I want to add on it. In this rule, that's because of 1, transition, forming government in exile, issue declaration, achieve recognition. In this particular aspect, they said here, excluding Biafra and the Amazonia. This program we are doing, these 5 leaders, they were released. First, they were arrested. This Ahmed Ben Bello was arrested under organization. He was arrested under organization called FLN. Is the first name of their liberation squad, is what they're using for the first time. He was arrested under this name. Who arrested him? France was the one who occupied their territory because their own happened under colonial time. France was able to arrest this leader, put the leader in prison because of what? Organization. When you're an organization as a leader who is fighting for liberation or to have a separate nation or to live out of the colonial masters, when you're an organization, you are under local law of the government that govern you. You are under local law. Under local law, when you move forward to understand it, that is where the UN Charter will tell you in chapter 2, bracket 4, we said, it's been prohibited to any country to interfere into internal matter. Now, when Bembela was arrested, he is using organization, and he was what? Arrested as a leader of an organization under the local law of the country that was arrested him. They used the local law or the local law of that country to judge him. Now, why is that they use the local law? Because it lies under the law of the country that was arrested him because of what? He is a leader of organization, not a leader of a country. Not a leader of what? A country. Not a leader of a government in exile. Because the language of a international community, their language is what? Government in exile is their language. And that is one the law back up. Based on that, this Ahmed Ben Bello of Algeria, the leader who started the movement of Algeria, was piloting their fate under organization, not even government in exile. Now he was arrested. They judged him with the constitution of the law of the France that judged him. When they put him in incarceration, no country asked, how could you arrest somebody all the way from Algeria and put him in prison in France? Despite that, France hijacked the plane. The man was on plane going to something, going somewhere. And France noticed that he is in this Morocco plane. And what happened? They hijacked the plane, narrowed the plane down to the territory of France, and they arrested him, put him in prison. On the years of his imprisonment, the organization, the people he left outside, they transitioned into government in exile. Remember, he was arrested in 1956. Then in 1957, 1958, this organization transitioned into a government in exile. They do not transition government in exile where? In Cairo and Tunisia, in Africa. Now, when they transitioned, what happened? they did their job of government in exile, they issued declaration. They issued declaration of Algeria. Because without a functioning government in exile that issue declaration, there is whatever you are doing is under organization. Remember, he was incarceration for over all these years, to up to from 1956 down to 1962. He was released because of what? That those organization has formed a government in exile by transition into Cairo, Egypt, and Tunisia. They now did what? They now issued declaration. Once they issued declaration, they said they declare what? Sovereignty structure, a sovereignty of a country is what they declared. That is what gives every world power. As they declare, they now purchase for recognition or achieve recognition. It now gives the world powers the hands or the leveling ground for them to also ask France to release Ahmed Ben Bello. When they release him, he find out that, oh, I am no longer with the name FLN. Now the name is Republic of Algeria with what they call GPRA. Remember that GPRA that was recognized, not only them, when Algeria issued the declaration, after the declaration, another 9 group minus GPRA emerge, like what we are passing today. Another 9 group comes up, start fighting GPRA. Now, for you to see how the world valued there is this Vienna Convention. It said that any government that first issued declaration of a new country or redeclaration of a lost country, this is a government that is legal and legit for the people, that this government that first issued declaration, Vienna Convention call it what? First come, first serve, first collect. Do you understand the word? They say that first one that issued declaration is the one that the world know that this is the real legitimate or the legal government of that particular indigenous people or the country they are fighting for, not those one. Now, inside this 9 that was fighting GPRA, as you can see it here, none of them achieved recognition. It's only GPRA. As they achieved their first recognition, this recognition started from the day of declaration first. They have declared their sovereignty. Now, this declaration has already making a headway to push France to do what? To ask France to release him, because he's no longer under the law of France. The government in exile declaration is what pushed the world or the case into international. Is no longer a sovereign matter. You see, it's no longer an internal matter. You see why the government in exile, the declaration is the most key for any leader who was incarcerated in this number 1 that we are into. Now, look at Ahmed Ben Bello on this level, using their people understand that what we need to do, we need to we need to issue declaration. We need to ask for recognition. That is the only way our leader will come out. They do it. On this place, look at here. On this favor of declaration, recognition, they said, excluding Biafra and Ambazonia, excluding. In these 5 leaders, Biafra is minus, Ambazonia is minus. Do you know why? Because Mazda Nekan is still in prison. Joe Ayaba is still in prison. These are the leaders that are plotting. Obato Obi is still in prison. That is why they said that in this particular place we are into on this program today, those that established a full government structure of government in exile that have achieved recognition under international law, they said what? That Biafra and Abazonia is excluded because of what? USB has never achieved recognition, and the IPOB is an organization. Do you see why they excluded us on this? Because they are talking about those that have already achieved their own because of the declaration. Now, when you go down, ask yourself, why these three words, government in exile, declaration, recognition, works together? And without this declaration, number one, without transition into government in exile, one. Number two, without declaration, there will be no recognition. Without declaration, there will be no recognition. So I want you, as we follow all this evening, to understand what we are doing here. So going back to number two, Adimba Tumvoyo, Namibia. This is the leader of Namibia movement. The name of organization, and also there is almost 8 points we are stressing out on this program today, for you to see that every country that we had their name today, many started with organization. The question is, do they remain under the organization and seeking for the world to organize them? The answer is no. Now, the issue of Namibia, the organization, Southwest Africa People's Organization, SWAPO, is the name of the leader Ademba Tavayo was using before he was arrested and put in prison before South Africa that we arrest this leader. He was using a name of organization, and he was arrested under organization name. There is no law that brings him out. There is no pity. There is no emotion that brings him out. There is no protest. There is no petition. There is no international law that fly all the way to their country, back to Namibia, to release him. Because of what? Is under the custody of the South African people, was who arrested him, because Namibia fight their way out from South Africa. The local law judgment in 1966, Tuvayo was arrested by South Africa occupying forces. He was tried in Pretoria under South Africa Domestic Restoratively Appealed Treason Act and sentenced to 20 years in Robben Island prison under organization. He sent to prison under the name of what organization? What happened? Listen. Now, transition to the people he left outside when he has already been sentenced to 20 years. These people that he left outside, or the second leader he left outside with the movement where he was arrested, because any of them always have second in command. Now, on the children of second in command, after the arrest of the first leader, Ademba Tumvoyo, after arrested him, then the second leader, who directly fall on his shoulder, did what? Transition into exile. SWAPO established a highly structured external, no longer internal, under South Africa administrative command headquarters in Tanzania, Zambia, and Angola, later in Angola. He had it into 3 countries. It's where all the leaders are. And from there, what happened? When they transitioned to this exile in Tanzania, Zambia, later in Angola, which functioned as a de facto government in exile, while the domestic wings was suppressed. the transition. Why the government in exile? Why they went to Algeria? Why they went to Tanzania, Zimbabwe, and later in Angola? Why? Now listen to why. They, after the transition, they issued declaration, the external wing continually protecting globally legal bodies, issued declaration, rejection of South Africa. When a government in exile issue official declaration, what happened? You are putting it under global legal that you have rejected that old contract you have exit from. That is another thing about declaration. On that day, on November 20, 2024, we, the people of Biafra, finally reject Nigeria by that declaration or redeclaration of Biafra in Helsinki, Finland, November 29, 2024. Exactly what the people of Namibia and their structure that the man left under organization. Every movement must have second in command. The second in command went straight ahead, transitioned to exile, and did what? He issued official declaration of the sovereignty of Namibia. When? Listen. Reject South Africa local administrative jurisdiction over Namibia. In 1973, they gathered together, out of issue it and seek for recognition in the landmark of the UN General Assembly. Declaration officially recognizes SWAPO as the sole and the authentic representative of the Namibian people. They did what? Now, in case of Namibia, I have proved it to you. I have also give you the names of 8 groups that was attacking SWAPO. The same SWAPO that issued declaration, like our DPM issued the under original brigade, registered by Simon Ebanjoko, that have issued a redeclaration of United States of Biafra as our own country. Today we have many attacks. Name them. We have fake fallback, automobile, mechanic government in exile, Ogenkre Sasana Aparawa. The automobile mechanic government in exile of Sonia Aparawa and Ogenkre. Please bear with me. Sonia Aparawa is in Quebec repairing phone, like Mapawale Sengar repairing phone. Ogenkre is in Baltimore doing mechanic, and the mechanic is more grade though. The mechanic is Panebita mechanic. That is why when we look at the name to over all this year, try to create a name for them. Finally, I landed with the name Ogenkere /Sonia Aparawa Automobile Mechanic Government in Exile. This is how I address them every day of my life, because that is who they are. Now, they are attacking USB. Goro. Because of their handwork now, our DPM Dr. Mozo Rabez, right? So, who they are now? This is Sonia Aparawa na repair any phone. So you can wait here automobile. They're not going to create a mechanic. They're not going to bit na Baltimore. So you need a mechanic. Go wherever can talk with you can pose here again. Automobile mechanic government in exile. Oh, Hana Bunwere one. Onye mechanic, onye na repair motor. Oh, and then actually had it now. So despite that, now they are one of an organization. You from that organization, you already have IPOB who is stacking USB. You also have MASOB, or that is 3. Now you have a CRC 4. You have a BGC 5. You have a Quenche 6. You have a PUK Kugo 247 and no to have 7. If you count all of them, PUC. If we count all these, this is what happened in Namibia and Algeria. Algeria has 9.
You're going to be Oka for what? You didn't have no finish.
Okay. I just take those ones now.
What about 100 men?
And also 100 men. And
100,
now, the IPOB
all the 2,100 men, 100 men of Kanota Kano, and 100 men of Shine and the Bryce Nokoma, the Guichi.
Okay.
Because people don't even know now. 100 men have SP going to two.
Had to go into two already. Okay. So then
Kano more Bryce Nokoma.
Mba.
Man, I have fans about 100 men. No, that answer your question.
Okay, I understand you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So that is why if you look at all these groups, so our own is up to 15. But all of these 15 is against, or 10 of them is against USB declared. The same way the Namibia, 8th group in Namibia is against one. Why you must focus on the program is this one that issued declaration. Another group being sponsored by South Africa went ahead and redeclare Namibia again. They went ahead and redeclare. They called them Christian Country of Namibia is their name, what they use in Namibia. Now, after I have declared and plus that one plus all these 8, what happened? It's only that SWAPO that first transition into exile issued the first declaration of Namibia is the one that the world recognized. They are the one you recognize. That is why, because you see all these things that we are doing, those that are watching us, they understand the game that they are playing. They knew that after a declaration of government in exile, ndị ikwe na ndị gịnị na ndị ekweghị na a ga-enwe organization na ndị UN na fa na-eme all this will address as a small organization. I approve it to you under UN charter here that UN call them what? Small organization. That is an internal matter of a newly declared country. Could not stop them to achieve recognition. Now, this leader who was in incarceration and second in command went ahead, formed government in exile, issued declaration. What was the next that happened to him? The next thing is this: international recognition and the release. Do you see how this word goes? Two of them flow together. When we talk about government in exile, they will merge government in exile with what? Government in exile declaration. Now, because the leader was in prison, you had it here. The leader is what? In international recognition and release. This is somebody who has been sentenced for 20 years imprisonment. And what happened? Now, international recognition, because SWAPO had this international recognized status, the United Nations draft resolution 435 for Namibia independence. Do you know, as we are now, immediately we achieve recognition from other countries, UN will draft resolution for us. When those countries that are going to lobby for us, now it's country will lobby for you, not any other person. When those countries start lobbying for USB, once we achieve recognition from 1 or 2 or 3 countries, this resolution on our own case will come. They will issue their own resolution on that suits on our case and that they recognize us. That is when you know that you have been officially recognized. What happened? The immense diplomatic isolation, and the international law pressure force the South Africa regime to grant Tawayo unconditional release in March 1984. Remember, he was arrested when? 1966, sentenced to 20 years. In 1984, he was what? He was released. He was released because of what? Because of that SWAPO, as organization, have moved to government in exile, issued declaration. As SWAPO issued declaration, SWAPO achieved recognition. As a SWAPO achieved recognition, it leads that the leader who has been sentenced. There is no law from the country that was arrested him that could be able to release him. What happened? He now used the pressure of international law for them to release him from South Africa. Simply, let me bring something down to you. Mazen Kano in Nigeria today is a case like the same case of the leader of Namibia and Algeria. I want to tell you the truth. Anybody who is telling that Nigeria should release Mazen Kano, that person is deceiving you. Or the only miracle you will pray for is for you to achieve recognition. That is when the word power we have mouth to talk. You see, all this arbitrary court of ICJ, UN, they said the other one, UK, this and this. That thing is just a formality. They don't have right to do it. There is a law from the UN that prohibits any country to interfere or to bring a law of Mazen Kano to release him. What you see what our DPM said? I am coming to this Mazen Kano. Do you know that is a pure truth? How is it truth? It's because of once the USB achieve one country recognition, Mazen Kano will be released immediately, and nobody will judge him again. Nobody will arrest him again. This is how these leaders was being released. Suppose that those was even sentenced to 20 years. They did not die there. They did not even serve the 20 years. Because if you check from 1966 to 1984, it's over 20 years. And this leader was released. Because of what? That people of Namibia understand what we want is a nation. It's only when we achieve this nation is when our leader will come south. This is how what's happened in Namibia. In Namibia, that got their freedom from South Africa. The same way in Nigeria. If you look at against all odds that Nigeria government break to kidnap Mazen Kano. And I want you also to know this. If you followed me, that's why I said, I don't romance my word. I say direct to you. Look at it this way. Case of Mazen Kano and Simon is no longer is not the same case here. They are not the same case. Do you know what makes it different? Mazen Kano is a private government in exile. Mazen Kano is a leader of organization called IPO, do I like it or not? So they say that their case is different. That Simon but have a very big backup under international to be released, more than Mazen Kano has. Obatobi has 100% chances, while Mazen has 20% chances. This is why I want you to understand that if you are not supporting USB, we declared, with all this shenanigans that is going on, the only remedy to free Mazen Kano, Simon Eba, is only through USB declared. Without USB declared achieve recognition, Covenant of Mazen Kano Deka, Egana, Okwana Molota. Obatobi can be released. Depend where he is. That is the areas we are doing this program. You see that this leader, or now we have counted 2 for you. There was released because of what? 1, transition into government in exile. 2, issue peaceful declaration. 3, to achieve international recognition, and the leader got what? Released. This is how they are being released. This is how leaders, many of them, are counted up to 20 of them in Africa that was arrested. No court has freed them. No judge has freed them. It's only we, the people of Biafra, supporting, funding governments and doing our own quota for the government to achieve recognition. That is only way out. There is no other way out for it. So, Biafrans, we should focus. Mazekai, let's go to number 3. Please, you can have the number 3. Or if you want me to play it to number 3 before you analyze this, I will do that also. Mazekai, you there? Okay, as one for Mazekai, let us refresh your mind as you join us so you may understand the program as we are listening.
Okay, so you want me to continue from what number?
For number 3, or you want me to play it to number 3 and pause it before you continue? Anyhow you want it.
There's no need. Let me look at number 3. There's no need. Okay, number 3 said Nelson Mandela, South Africa. The Organization African National Congress, ANC, the local law judgments, arrested by the apartheid state in 1962. Mandela was tried under domestic security laws during the Rivonia trials 1963 to 1964, and sentenced to life imprisonment on robbing Island as a domestic saboteur. Then again, after that followed transition to government in exile. Following the banning of the movement, that is ANC, the ban of the movement at home, the ANC shifted its entire administrative, diplomatic, and military command layers to Lusaka, Zambia. Okay? But today, they're sending Zambia people back to your country. Functioning as a fully operational de facto state apparatus in exile. Then after that, they declared the declaration, the external ANC issued major international legal frameworks, most notably the 1989 Haran Declaration, which set the global tones and guideline for dismantling the apartheid state. Okay, after declaration, what followed again? International recognition and release. The ANC's external mission achieved officially observer status at the United Nations, opened more diplomatic offices worldwide. Diplomatic offices. That is when what we, now US government are doing this thing. That's why you're hearing head of mission here, head of mission there, and other. When this kind of thing is being mentioned, because you don't know the importance of that, you take it for granted. And somebody will come out, come on my comments and carry report to mention one thing that Ngozi has done. What we are reading now is not USB. It's about South Africa, that many of them are in South Africa today. Many of them are in South Africa today, working and condemning Biafra and the USB. Chino, mute your mic, my brother, mute your mic, so that we are not going to have this interfere. Yeah, just mute it. Thank you. Thank you. So many of them are today in South Africa. In South Africa today, when you talk, you mention, go and get your ID card. Oh, I'm not going to South Africa. Or say ID card, that ID card is fake, fraud. You tell them again that USB governments are doing everything. They will tell you, no, that Ngozi is just a woman. You want to get the point now? Ignorant. Some of them are in Namibia, throwing countering what USB government, what someone is a better man. That in Finland, not over South Africa. Imagine you can go Ruago, for example. You can go Ruago. That this is South Africa that they are really checking their history. Today, Ike Guruago is using the internet generated from South African people. Use it because, as of now, I still believe that he's in South Africa. He's there in South Africa, picking people and sending them to jail. The country that you are living peacefully and enjoying today, pass through what people that you are this life. See, people, honestly, you see history. As no, open no ebe ni losu. Ibi bụ ya ibido n'okwu. Igosi na ịmara were ife ma na-akọ maka ozu maka enimozu eniri. South Africa have been through hell, right? Under apartheid regime. Then you now see a Biafran person who's supposed to have asked questions. In fact, I've even what about those in America? Those in UK? They're no longer saying holy name because today is a taboo to them, right? They are living in a country that have passed through what you are going through. They have been dead, people have died. They are living in those countries. Not that they're living peacefully and maintain their peace. No. They are they're taking advantage of the freedom they have in those countries against another people, picking people, sending them to judgment, tagging them to DSS, tagging them. This thing is something other countries, even countries that where you are residing today, have been through. And this is what happened. This is how they manage it. What are you doing from your own side? Let's go back. So, where did I mess up? Okay. ANC external mission achieved official observers status at the United Nations, open more diplomatic offices worldwide. Than they look at it, they open more offices than the official South African government. Can you just understand? Like now that the USB government are having, mission office. Day before yesterday, there's a post from DPM about head of mission in France, in Norway, in many places, Japan, Australia, Austria, Belgium, India, Malaysia, so many places, head of mission. But people are still making argument today. What is Ngozi take over? What is she doing? Even if you say that PM have built this before, but PM built it under brig, right? But not all of them is under brig. Some of them were hijacked by Ogenkere and his people. All this battle that you are seeing today, people have been there. There's no support that you have today that others have not tested. Those of you devoting your time to form mushroom groups, according to the history, those people that have done this thing that they are doing today, where did it end them? How do you want this thing to end you also? Do you want to end well, or do you want to be in a history book of saboteurs? They will recognize you. Have you seen anybody that is saying, do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? That my father is a Ifajuna. Have you seen anybody that even Ifajuna, lineage is not proud of their grandfather or their father? They will hide it. That is what saboteur will offer you and your lineage. Economic sanctions and arms embargoes. Then South African people begin to open diplomatic offices nationwide more than South African government, official South African government, and successfully lobbied for global economic sanctions against South Africa, of course, and of course blockade and embargoes, meaning stopping South Africa from acquiring some certain arms and all that. Economic sanctions and embargoes, the overwhelming weight of international law and economic isolation forced the South African state to legalize the ANC and unconditionally released Mandela in February 1999. I hope you understand that part. Remember, Mandela was sentenced life imprisonment. Had ANC decided to keep on pushing, or maybe to see if they can elect their fellow ANC member to become in South Africa apartheid government, you know that he's not going to see the light of the day. Our own people, like people from Eastern region, like Igbos, our problem actually too. It too in the sense that we fought war and we didn't win. There's consequences for that. There's consequences for that. If you fight war, like in the circle of black people, white people may overlook and reintegrate and rehabilitate, like they normally say they want to do or they have done. I don't know. White people may do that peacefully, and things will be normalized, and life goes on. Black, but black people are wired with wickedness, with touch of wickedness. We know this. They will pretend that they're, if you fought war, they will see you as one of the, if I watch war movies or crises like that, you will see some people looting items. Today they see us as looting objects, like instrument of the war. We are not the benefit of the war. What they have achieved while winning the war. Without minding the condition, they won the war. These are people who committed war crime. If you want to talk, our people who refuse to see what has happened or think about it will be the one fighting against it, telling you that you are causing problem. That is why today you see people like Tobe, the one called himself Tobe, nke na ofeke dibia, nke asị na nna ya bụrụ ego Ochukwu bịa ga-agote wenaria. That's why today you see him telling you that that the Nigerian, that he is very, 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 very proud and all that. That is why you see people, clergymen or clergymen, the guy called, I said, I showed them, I think I showed them why. Reverend Father Oluoma, you can see, a Catholic priest. Mana Obiani no, even he's more northern than northern people. You see Yambaba of this world, Jovika. These are people, not that they cannot read and write, no. They all have their own differences, their reasons and all that. Now, they cannot give you any hope. They are the one, their assignment is to put more Igbo people in prison. Not for Nigeria to benefit them and their children, no. But for them to see you cry, that won't gladden their heart. They don't know that this thing you are doing, you are actually embodying the system to swallow everybody, including you and your children. If you escape it, your children will not escape it. If your children escape it, your children will not escape it if they actually live to give birth. Because sometimes it will get a point that the Mavis tell you that this is government law, they may pass that bill, that every woman will start bearing one child. That as long as you are an Igbo person, you are not allowed to give birth from so age to so age. It is possible because you are embodying iniquity. And the more you are doing that, the more you are digging your own downfall. Then remember this ANC, after opening this head of mission, okay, like USB is doing now, they opened multiple of them. More than the so-called embassy of South Africa, whatever they call that. If Nigerian has, let's say, 250 or one and something embassy, for example, the US government is supposed to open double of that, following the template of South Africa. I didn't hear there's a man called Elias lobbying only in America, only in America, only in America. They open these offices. Not that they don't have people sabotaging the South Africa ANC there. ANC. No, ANC was going through sabotage also. But the resilience of those that are the leaders and those that are not leading, backing them up with truth and honesty is what actually helped them to conquer these trials. You and me that are not in the government, we are just, ordinary people. Do you know that you can move from that ordinary people to a very important person in different ways without even your name being mentioned? For example, I'm not saying you should start dragging who will become DPM and COS and PM for you to be relevant. There are some things you can do in your own little way. That's not going to be, it may not be stressful. And these are things that matters a lot. If this issue of encouragement comes in different angle. You may not encourage financially. How about your voice? How about your time? Time is money. Your time. It is also part of it. Today, USB government will be looking for who will go to Sokoto, for example, to represent USB government to meet Master American 101, for example. I'm just giving you an example. Or someone that married to president of the country where you are residing today, and you have contact of that person that will help you to connect to the president or the leaders of the country where you are residing today. You have access to that. If it were to be you, like your personal business, you will utilize it to enrich yourself, right? Good. How many of you are using this, your contacts, to get to the government of the country where you are residing. Maybe ordinary in-law Donald Trump, or the in-law change the whole mindset of everything about what is going on in Nigeria today. Some of you don't agree, some are making an argument about it. The question I have for you is Donald Trump married to a Lebanese man? Donald Trump daughter married a Lebanese man's son that grew up in Nigeria, yes or no? And that will answer your question. So if this kind of in-law will have that kind of influence, some of us, many of us, are friends to people that matters in the government of the country where you are residing. You may say, oh, this country doesn't know. I know. Yeah, well, if I'm in America, then I would have done something better. No. If you have access to that country that you think that doesn't matter, it matters a lot. Even if you don't know much about what to say, ask people in the government to enlighten you. You can start there representing your own capacity. So when you hear this news that what we are just reading to you, reading out now, that ANC managed to establish offices in worldwide than the official South African government, that is diplomatic move. That is awareness. That is representative. People will not, if you go here, you see representative. If you are living in a country like as big as China or India, you can have head of mission different zone in a country. People that matters. Do you understand? And you that don't have access to that kind of thing, and your pocket is heavy, you cannot. Your money will help to establish this government. Some of us will come to you and say, I said to me, can't report, I wish that if you can reach out to DPM or government, tell them this and tell them that, we need to do that. I will tell you, I don't have access to that, but I will try my best to ask if there's any way, anything like that, if it's possible. But if there's any help, any assistance, financial assistance, I come to you and said, look at what is going on, and then I don't think we need this now. Even if I don't need the money, actually within the money. Very stingy people, very very stingy. There's a breaking news. I don't know. To me, it's a breaking news to me because I just received the news while we are streaming live now. Somebody just sent it to me and credit to the source that the Reverend Father in US just decided to buy himself from Enugu State as a Igbo man, a Reverend Father, Catholic priest, buying himself in US. He carried out this kind of senseless action this month, July. I don't know the day. Maybe I will go back to the message to find out the day. But what I'm trying to say is that he buyed himself because his paper, document in the US has expired. He buyed himself. And we are here now. We are still live here. Okay, we are live here. This news came to my phone. What does that mean? It simply means that people need to learn how to eat before JJ. His document in US has expired, and it required that he will travel back, and he don't want to travel back because there's a post that he made before the incident, and that post is all about him regretting how he is going to go, what he will miss, and all that. He ended it by saying that you need to reach out to your men of God, that most of them are going through depression. Very sad news, very, very sad news. But the thing is that all this while, what was it? I mean, is he part of the, since you know that Nigeria is not comfortable it's not habitable, what are you doing about it? That's the difference between white people and black people. Even if I drug him, what are you doing to change this, to change it? Nah, if na boss can low, even now that's over time can miss a lot. And I am not like a Chino that can research and go deep and do this. I'm not like DPM Ojisa Wombon, or I'm not like Uchimo Okenwa. I'm not like, okay. What are you are like what? What? Your own is just it don't look at mano in out. This red oil in out one and I have no go no, you don't know that's your own. What anything I don't know how to talk in public. Oh, you think that they bomb somebody? They just bomb me to go and talk in public. Many of you know I don't even know how to talk, let alone talking in public. But when the situation calls for that, I don't have any choice. You know what I mean? There's something that will happen to you, they will push the wall. Even when people are laughing at you, the way you're talking, you are sounding like this, just accept it, the discouragement will come. Or you think that DPM, as educated as she is, she's still receiving discouragement. If you don't know it, people will come to her and tell her one or two things just to discourage her. She may even see body language of some people trying to discourage her. She see all those things, she's a human being, but she keep on moving because she understands the assignments, she understands the mathematics. She knows that this kind of people, they are there for discouragement, nothing more, nothing less. But it is now your duty, your responsibility to stand tall, to say no. Even if I'm not sounding excellently well the way you expect me, but as long as the message I'm passing is getting there, I'll keep on doing that. But after everything, then what? Then what? Is it better for you give it to now support a baby than give it in the go make you get it all edited in my shop yana. Na draw. Some of you package go Balego na America na Canada, na Europe. Ekutoku ọ dịghị na a na-awọrị gị mana na Christmas ichiri obi n'aka, which is of course I'm not blaming you on that. What am I trying to say? Na ofe atọka na money maker. Ego melia. So the ANC did not just wake up and begin to open head of mission or head office or in kind of window they can feel well. Embassy. Embassy almost never see body. You could no embassy. Faction go garama. Oh us name embassy. That's what is sovereignty is not a different language to the understanding of mushroom groups lying from every corner of their sense or every corner of their mouth. They're using everything to dish out lies, pretending to know what they don't know, exposing themselves day in, day out. Now, when this South Africa issue, the ANC and everything, their own achievement, how they carry out the trajectory they follow to get to where they are today, is something that people need to understand very, very well. I can understand that fighting for freedom from from white people, it is more easier than fighting your freedom from the hands of a black man. I don't know if you're following what I'm saying. If you know, you know. That means if South African people use their energy runs in 85%, we actually need 100 and something to get free. Because you are demanding your freedom is in the hands of a fellow black man. A black man without any empathy, without any remorse, without any soul, no heart. Very dark in every shape or form. Very wicked. Very, very wicked. There's no country there's no white man country that we just wake up like that and said, okay, today I am stopping this. And their citizens are protesting using the national flag. They will be throwing life blade on them for them to use their national flag to wipe off the blood. Or if you want support your country, people that represent you, your citizens, you see them, just allow them throwing life blade and tear gas on them. buying them for nothing. Do you understand? These are something people need to understand. Now, you can see Mandela. How did they release him? The effort of these people. Something that ordinarily within Africa, they wouldn't have done that. But it may, like I said, to me, it appeared more easier because apartheid regime are white. To get your freedom from white people is more easier because white people, they have this kind of human, that their own, the way they reason, they easily feel what you are feeling. They easily understand. They can easily adjust. They value life. Black people feel more, energetic. More energetic when they see you going through pains. When you are passing through a lot and they are in charge of this your pain. There's a video that I watched from Lizzie Kano. Something that I'm debating somehow, but it's very, very important that I say it. Lizzie Kano, in one of his analysis about Odumeje and Adebayo, is it Adeboye? Adeboye. You know what happened? Adeboye, but just off your camera and take some rest. Let me handle the mic first. You understand? Yeah, take some rest. Mazi, it's not Mazi. Adeboye and this man called what his name? Odumeje. Odumeje unleashed anger. I have made my own little reaction on that. But there's something this kind of said there in that video. That Adeboye supposed to learn from Odumeje. Adeboye is telling you that the Nigerian government trying to massage word. That's a black man for you. That is black people for you. You see, Masnamekanda is to be a white man with this genuineness and love that he carries. I'm telling you, you will not talk bad about him. They will unleash anger on you because they easily identify non-human being, pretend to be a human being. White people, they know. But you cannot deny this white supremacy. Even though you are going through a lot, they will still have a way to downplay it and see you as non-human being or not really a human being like that. I don't blame them because black people are not doing anything either. They are researching on how to advance the world, how to, develop something, how to do research and present something. Our own is how to loot money. Even as useless our leaders are, they will loot it and don't even use it. The money is meant to be spent on earth. But these guys will loot it and abandon the money in their wardrobe and go to the world of death. They don't take it there. But use that money here on earth and do something that will be remembered for we. It used to go even those countries now, like European countries, American, once they are jobless, they will pay you money to limit crime. Not that they don't know what to use the money for. No country is doing that. Maman Gaddafi was even doing that according to people that have been in Libya, that he do pay foreigners. Maman Gaddafi was doing that, but that man was being Today, Nelson Mandela is a hero. Why? Because he fought for his people. Fighting for his people, and he got their freedom. Why did he get it? Because people that hold his freedom are white people. If Nigeria is to be a white country, the push that Masakano pushed alone will changes. Because other white countries, these European countries, it is Caucasians. They hate when their fellow white are trying to behave like blacks. They will feel pain. They will start agitating even on your behalf, and their brothers will reason along. They will understand. I'm not saying they don't commit crime. They do commit crime, but what we are seeing in Nigeria today, white people may not do that kind of thing. They will do, but not to this extent. Imagine 50 years after war, you are still buying people, take people to unknown location. Come on, in this 21st century, the one the white people did in the olden days, which is of course laughable and very, very senseless. I saw a post today. Somebody, a white man, was being carried, by black people on all these local mats using, wood and plank, carrying the man. They said that this is local people carrying Mungo Park to show him River Niger. They carry the man for him to River Niger, for him to discover River Niger. Just imagine, like, local people. It is funny, but it is true. Local people from Lokoja carrying a white man, called Mungo Park, to River Niger for him to discover River Niger. So you cannot put it in history. Anyway, if you understand, you understand. But I wanted to. I don't need to show it here. Maybe the owner of the platform may frown face on that kind of thing. But the only thing I want you to understand here is this: Mandela was released because of the activities of ANCC. ANC, not NCC, please. ANC on February 1990. Okay. So that is it, and we are going to move to number 4. She don't have the mic. Or should I continue from number 4? Martin, move your mic.
I want to add something on this number 2, on issue of Nelson Mandela. Then you continue from number 4. I want to add a little bit something there. Now, on this issue of Nelson Mandela, remember that South Africa was already a country. I hope we understand it clearly. That South Africa was already a country already.
Yeah.
Despite being a country already, and Nelson Mandela is fighting only for the betterment of the life of people of South Africa in general, both blacks and white. His organization that he was arrested also reasoned that the best way for us to achieve this thing, we have to run away from this South Africa. The transition, form government in exile. I remember that the war was supposed to be redeclaration of South Africa because South Africa had already been declared as a country. But through under ANC, they redeclare it again in exile. Because when we talk about exile, people do not want to pay attention. People don't understand about it. And they never know it's the only way that this what we are looking for is possible. Now, we are number 3 of countries that have their leaders was arrested, remember. None of them was released. That only one trigger released because of the transition to exile, issue, declaration, and achievement recognition. This is only how they release. Now, on Nelson Mandela case, I have scored a phone call with somebody who believes in IPOB. He said, Biafra will come like the same way Nelson Mandela fought for South Africa. I said, I asked him, do you know that Nelson Mandela and his men, when Nelson Mandela was arrested, that the men who believe in what Nelson Mandela is fighting, they all move out from South Africa, form government in exile. He was start arguing. It's a lie. I said to him, I don't do blind arguments. I have evidence. I now send him the evidence. After that, he blocked me. After knowing the truth, what happened? He blocked me. Because if I give him evidence that Nelson Mandela was be able to, that no court released him, no protest, no agitation, no petition has released him. What released him is word. That only that word, first starting from transition to government in exile to issue declaration. And I asked him, my friend, do you also know that South Africa, that Nelson Mandela and his men, when he was in prison, that they issued another declaration of South Africa? He said it's a lie. It never happened. That Nelson Mandela was in prison and he was here giving order. People was doing protests until South Africa decided to allow him to come up. I said, wow, it's what they told you. Give me your evidence. Let me give my evidence. So after the evidence, find out that what I'm saying is the truth. That's that's what's the way. I told him that he said the way USB is moving is only the way. One is word government in exile. Two is declaration. Four is recognition that will ever lead to release of the leader. I want us to get one thing in our mind this evening. Yes, our sister EJ Minister is here. Use my nation. I see all your comment. Thank you so much from background. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. So we move. Now, for Nelson Mandela and his men. Guy, if not that these men issued declaration and achieved a very wonderful international recognition, can Nelson Mandela come out from prison? Can he come outside? The answer is no. He will never come. Because what brought his release is a transition into exile and issue declaration and achieving international recognition, and he was released. Our people need to understand that it's not about emotion. It's not about how you feel. It's not about what I know and what I think. It's about the right thing. So why we are doing this to you, for you to see, for those who are championing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, let us to make a Twitter day for him. All those things is a formality. No country will come to release him. Nigeria beating. Do you know how much Nigeria spent to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Do you know how much it is for them to kidnap him? Do you know the law they break to kidnap him? If Nigeria release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu with recognition, the world will sanction Nigeria because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will take them to court. They will pay the crime of kidnapping him all the way from Kenya and bring him back to Nigeria government. On that note, Nigeria government is waiting. They're also praying to be on the safer side. They are, even if, as they're not talking about USB, their mind should be, let them get the recognition. No, we should release this man, let this man carry him a while ago. Because once Biafra get recognition and they will release this man and the Kanu, the case has died though. The matter has closed. So on that, we want you to understand it clearly. Remove emotion, remove pity, but focus on how every other leader who is fighting to have another country. Remember that Nelson Mandela is not Nelson Mandela did not change South Africa. Did he change it? The answer is no. On that, he thought he was in incarceration. They put him behind the bars. His second in command and his men move on. Men and women that supported him transitioned into exile. Where you add the name of the exile, Lusaka, Zambia. When we come here, we give you evidence. Look at where it happens. Then till what? Till February 1990, when he was being released, and he becomes what? A president of South Africa. The same way for that three, for the first two I have mentioned from Namibia and Algeria. This is how these leaders are being released, not by any lawyer, not by any court. It is by achieving recognition. They will be free forever and ever. So if you want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to be free, stop getting you declared. Come and support. Bring those their millions you keep that when you die, don't know what happened to them. Give it to USB with recognition. Come and support. Come, don't even talk. Don't say what Moskai said. Just give your money for recognition. And the time will come, the government said, keep on record of what you are spending. The time will come when you get those things to spend back to yourself. So nothing is being wasted investment. That is one thing I want to add here. So Mazikai, please go to number 4, then I will come to number 5. Mazikai, can you hear me? Mazikai, I can't hear you.
My brother, make your mood. See the check back again. So I can make it when they come, mama. If I be ara. So number 4, right?
Yes, number 4.
Okay, number 4 says Habib, I think Bogabe, Tunisia.
Habib Bogabe, Tunisia, yes.
Bogabe. So the organization NUA Disto party, near Disto party, I don't know what, I think it's after that French. The local law judgment in January 1952, French colonial authorities arrested Bogabe under local martial law and emergency regulation to dismantle the Tunisian independence leadership, placing him in a solitary confinement on a remote island. Then after that, transition to government in exile. Okay, they moved to, again, government in exile. In response to the domestic crackdown, the Noir Destobo party, remember this is a French word, party established a powerful external directorate and diplomatic mission operating out of Cairo, Egypt, to govern the movement internationally. Then after this exile, that is forming this administrative, again, like I told you, after mobilization, giving them a name like Chino said before, that, IPOB is just like a basic name as a group. Then from there, you made forced to Briggy, government in exile. Then next thing that comes with it is declaration. That is a pattern that everyone that you are mentioning here today, follow this. They are not in Mercury. I'm not saying you should go to moon to see these countries. They are actually in Africa continent. First, you have Algeria, Namibia, South Africa. Now we're not dealing with Tunisia. Okay? Then the declaration. The external administration issued continuous declarations demanding full sovereignty and brought the Tunisia case directly to the United Nations Security Council. You get the point now. International recognition and release. Remember, they have arrested the leader before. The name is they call him his name is Bogabe, okay? Bogabe. So next thing that follows after declaration is to release the leaders by forming government in exile, declaration, then recognition, which happened to be the main point. This is where our people started getting crazy about the whole thing, because their inability to understand what declaration is and how to what is the recognition. Many of us don't know what is recognition. So if you don't know what is recognition, how will you not know how to get the recognition? How will you know how to get recognized? Some people think that is a transactional affair. They place themselves on a position to some direction that they think that's the only way to have recognition. Okay, remember a few months ago there was warning their friends that whatever you are doing, do not near Washington. That they be found in Washington. You should not go there to spoil my business. When you talk, they say you hate Ogekere. How can I hate somebody that actually hate himself? Because if you don't hate yourself,
in a poor Sandy automobile mechanical in exile. Automobile mechanical in exile. I have a warrior for
that. So let's continue. You know, quite person. I'm not cracking me automobile. I'm going to the bottles. Anyway, is that the declaration must happen. Then you now talk of recognition. Like following the path of South Africa, who ventured more on establishing, head of mission. Different. So they say they have their own more than the official government of the country, South Africa. What is just like having, when you talk about hiring a lobby, I didn't see this lobby as an option here. I didn't say that. It's about using, I'm not against you hiring a lobby. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to sound as if I am anti that kind of thing. No, I'm not. If you feel you can hire lobby as long as you want, but you have to hire lobby that is capable, realistic, and focused. You don't hire somebody that will come in, start partying around with some individuals in the movement that are pretending to be of help without knowing that they're here for transactional affair. And that is what we are witnessing today. Exactly. How can you not feel like that? You know, we know the people that I'm talking about, right? Now, Tunisian people follow the same pattern. They form government in exile. They try their best to get recognition, and of course, using what they have to recognize themselves. PM Samanapa once said that Biafran's part, UAD or Biafran's recognition and declaration, our total freedom must not be to the extent of like exactly what other people have done. That we are going to use multi-dimensional approach because our own case is somehow different. Remember, one of the things that made it different is because of the people that are holding you down, Nigerian government. And Nigerian government is black people. Black people. Now, South Africa fought white. Algeria, white. Namibia, white and black. And who again? Am I missing anybody? Tunisia, of course, white. So this pattern should tell you the direction. Now, our own is totally different and most difficult. But are we equal as 100%? What Biafran have, Namibia are doing that they don't have it. But in as much as you have those things, there are some things that we have that we wish that we don't have it. And probably Namibia may not have that. And that is level of saboteurs. Though they have their own, but our own saboteurs are well-enlightened saboteurs and ignorant saboteurs. How can you tell me, when you look at Imam Madabo, for example, Otosi Tosowia, we look at someone like Azubike, Azubike can get dragged our website. Junior, not website, website that hosts the account. Azubike, when you hear Azubike talking, you will think that you are here that he's a white and black American or white. The accent is well polished, American accent. If you're not on a village, I'm just being real. Even Lai Mohammed is more civilized. Aware. Man, he go no middle coast English. That's not a better one matter. You want to get by another? So these people, you cannot just trust them. You cannot just rely and say they are doing something wonderful. Most of them is not about education. It's actually about home training. Some of them are very, very educated, but morally, they are stinky. They are smelling. I don't know their parents. I don't know if their parents will be proud of them. Most of them. People who you have a job, you are living in a country that have or that will give you opportunity to even, to become what you want to be. One of the best in the world. You are living there, you are secured with pride. You are living there, living large. You have access to even loan money. Have access to work hard, to study hard, everything you want. Man, you will like it with again or say no. Today, Azubike that did everything to support Ogenkere. Azubike is no longer now with Ogenkere. What a miracle. What a word. That is what we are witnessing. That is what our people are going through. And when you talk, they say don't do that. Ngozi is this, Ngozi is that. You that are not that, what is going to tell us? Let us learn from you. Once again, let me repeat this part. He said, the external administration issued continuous declaration demanding full sovereignty and brought the Tunisian case directly to the United Nations Security Council, international recognition and release, of course, releasing their leader. The international communities recognized an external wings diplomatic authority, and the French faced intense pressure faced intense pressure, both the United Nations and Arabic League region, releasing that local colonial laws could not suppress a movement with international legal backing. The French government capitulated in 1954. French Prime Minister Pierre Mendès French flew to Tunis to grant internal autonomy and unconditional release Bogabi so he could sign the final treaties. You get the point now? Then that is what number 4 has for us. I'm gonna give the mic to Chino. Let him go through this number 5. But before then, our sister said something here that there's a part where she said where she talked about. She said that most of these black people are working on the people that are behind what they're doing are white. See, I used to think like that, my dear, but something happened that I begin to change my mind. You know, one thing you need to understand that we are not the only country. Nigeria are not the only country that British colonized. They colonized India, they colonized Malaysia, they colonized so many South Africa, so many other countries, so many of them. Why our own seem to be different? Because we have more useless, stupid, senseless individuals. If somebody comes to your house and said, go and bring your parents' best clothes and set them, burn them down. Just burn them up. Burn them down, destroy your parents' clothes, burn their shoes. Will you do that? Will you do that? No. That answer that. Anyway, I have the market, that one.
Yeah, thank you, Mazaka. That's a wonderful one. Then, when you look at this issue of Tunisia, our people need to start understanding that word clearly. That word, government in exile. You know, the international community is not using name of organization, rather they focus on the name that give them legal backup. Because the legal backup is what will give them right to talk about you or to grant recognition. It's not in our hand. I said, it's not in our hand to dictate the rules, the templates that leads to recognition, because you can eat your cake and have it back again. And this recognition is like in exam class. None of us have write our exam, mark our own exam. None of us. So that is why I use that. That is from after thinking this way. That is from where I got my word. It's not about what I think about Ngozi Arabez and USB, but it's about what the law think and said about USB declared. As after 1967, the first ever redeclaration of the lost country, and the date and the time was being done the same day. And these people that are doing this argument, when you ask them, bring your evidence, let us see. Let me say this here. One evidence of lies of Bryce Nokoma is what I discovered. Do you know that since over all these some months that Bryce Nokoma was busy writing on Chrome that he is the one who declared Biafra as a country? Then, by January, I was making research. I said, let me try and see what Chrome has for me. When I go in, I talk about USB, they declared. Unable to train Bryce Nokoma. with the video when he was reading grievances. And I have to try all my possible under 2 weeks to send all the USB declared documents, all the USB declared videos about our DPM and everything, and the date of declaration. That is how they change it. Then the same happened in Facebook also. He was writing the same jargons in Facebook also before we try to destroy those things. Now, why am I saying this? When I said, whatever have evidence, you can never manipulate evidence. Because the automobile mechanic government in exile, the only what he has on that direction, Ogechi, come. That is all he has. When it comes to our declaration, as I go to Ogechi, that is only part of Ogenkere. That is contribution of Ogenkere in her sing like in Finland. Ogechi come. In Ogechi welcome because of he has betrayed Simon by thinking that he told the man in America that I am the prime minister. The prime minister has been arrested, so I'm going to declare that I'm the one in charge. And what happened? Chukwu Okabiama mesmerized Ogenkere, put him behind what he never believed, and the USB was redeclared. And after declaration, this is our own country. The exam that we are taking, we are not the one to mark the exam sheet. It's all these countries that have also undergone this class that we are passing today. They are the one to mark all this exam. They are the one to pass us, so you can never pass yourself. And also, as you are hearing this, these countries that have been mentioning here is among that 30 countries in Africa that never use congressmen. They said, we bypass congressmen for us to achieve our recognition. That congressmen or lobby or Washington, D.C. has nothing to offer to us. That we have to use our African country to achieve it from home first. That once a country in Africa grant recognition as their fellow country, those one in Washington, D.C. or UN is over. And they never use anything, lobby. And they also achieve recognition. Remember that when a leader who is fighting for a new nation, like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, like Nelson Mandela, like Hiba, like all these names you are hearing here today, all of them was arrested under organization. These 5 was arrested under organization. He was there when he was incarceration. His people transition and do the needful. The needful was redeclaration or declaration that leads to recognition. The recognition leads to the leader's release. This is how the world is, the template of the world is the open. It's not about what I feel. It's not about how I think. It's not about me promoting myself. It's about those that are out there to give us the score mark of what we are doing. And that is where we are at this stage. So going to file number 5, Joshua Nkrumah, Zimbabwe. Look at all African countries. Yes, despite they fought from their fellow African country, but there is one thing that we lack and they put in time. And that's the one thing we are lacking is what we have put on a right track this time around. What is that? We lack what they call transition. Check all these countries. It does not take them 3 years, just check them 3 years, 4, 5 years. They all transition. Transition into exile is the first legal part of having a lost country, and also the only way that leader will come out in a legal way. That is why when I use that word, it's not in our hand to put the criteria of recognition. Those who will give us have their criteria. Now, also, I want to establish to you that if these 5 countries in Africa that are country today can start with organization and end up on a country, what are you saying? How do they end up on a country? They end up of being a country by what? First, transition, form government in exile, issue declaration, and achieve recognition. This is how they become a country today. And is it not what USB is doing today? Is USB charger, is USB this, because you're not supporting the affair and you don't know what it takes to take the movement on. That is why when I do something, I look at it properly. I shake this thing very well and ask, this is what I want to do. Has anyone done it in this life? Did they succeed? If people have done it and succeed, we will succeed. The only thing I believe in life is that destiny can be delayed, but it can never be denied. And this usually declared, it can never be denied at all, because if you know what usually present to the world, honestly, and everywhere with the document is going in, the document that leaves recognition of every country. No declaration, no recognition, no country, no government in exile, no declaration, no recognition, no nation. You can have it see that these 5 was all of them issued what? Declaration, including South Africa. That Nelson is not fighting to have a different country. You only want to end apartheid regime. And he issued declaration. You see that this word, government in exile, declaration, recognition, is a 3-in-1, how you can become a country. So now, the organization Zimbabwe African People's Union, ZAPU, ZAPU, the local law judgment in 1964, Koma was arrested by the white minority reduced government under the local law and under maintenance acts, and held in remote detention campus for 10 years. For what? For 10 years. Now what happened? Listen. Transition into exile. The organization ZAPU now transition into exile. Because of what? Their leader was arrested, put in prison, judging with the local law. For them to use international law to release their leader. That is why the transition to exile, officially form government in exile, issued a declaration, which is the legal part of it. So you can understand why we are here. The legal part of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not in the hands of the so-called legal luminary in Nigerian government. It's not in their hands. These 5, their people went to court. Nothing has happened until what? They all matters to them is to embrace what? The fully declaration, recognition to a country. So that is why you must anchor US respect and help USB to achieve everything to release Master Simon Ebanjoko. But we proceed. Why is that this word transition, government in exile? Why are you hearing it everywhere in this session? The same way I have 15 countries in Africa that they never use Congress. They said, we bypass the politics they are playing in Washington, D.C. We don't want to pay to any of the congressmen. And it happens to them like that. So, our own case, honestly, is peculiar. But are we not part of those who made the case peculiar? Because we stand on illegality and the pure ignorance of the law to have Biafra as a country for over all these years until Simon Ekpa Njoko come. They move us from illegality. They move us from all these things. That is why we must anchor Obatobi Simon Ekpa 100% respect, because he is the one that put us on a legal path. He is the one that put us on international language. he is the one that whatever he does is what need to be done because of what he studied how every other country achieved their own and said, I whatever. That is multiple dimension. After the government in exile, what happened? They said, highly advanced external administrative and military commander structure based in Lusaka, Zambia, which acts as the de facto state in exile. Are you hearing it? Government in exile. Now, what next? The declaration. The external command issue continuous sovereignty declaration and apply to the UN. Do they say they use congressmen? Apply to the UN, to the Commonwealth and Organization of Africa, OAU. You see the process. After they have issued their declaration, they now start the process going to all these African organizations, trying to submit the documents and all that thing. Now, after the declaration and seeking for recognition, what happened? International law recognition and released. Are you hearing it? International law recognition and the word released. Without this declaration, you are nobody. I'm not going in exile. You're just playing. It's what leads recognition of a country is what? Is declaration and the international recognition is how Mazen and the Kano and Simon will have their everlasting freedom. Not this one, they give him 10s. Do not talk to 20 people. Don't talk to 10 people. No. But in usually declared, there is every hope that he is going to come out. I want to know that this recognition is completely refused to recognize the local legality. Global bodies give official backing to the external liberation structure. Superpower and the neighboring Africa, a state. What? A state from Africa. Then the international recognition to the financial and the logistical struggle, the administration, the overwhelming external pressure force the local regime to unconditional release of Nkrumah alongside Zanua. Zanua reports Magube in late 1974 to participate in international peace talk in Lusaka. I want to be taking your mind to what we are doing to remove emotion is this. When these leaders was in incarceration, their people is the why they are being released because of what? The issue of official declaration, the issue of declaration. Through that means they all what? Release us from the hands of oppressor. No courts have released them. You had it here that what released them is what? Recognition. International recognition and the words. The international recognition, then release now come for them. So pray for USB to achieve recognition so that every shenanigan will end. So, Mazaka, I think I will play the audio once again. After that, then we'll put the link. If Biafran join us, fine. If they don't know, maybe we will decide to end the program in the next 30 minutes if nobody join us. So I will play the audio. Then I will watch from here those who is coming in. If they come, say, allow them. That's what we're going to do.
Right on.
Yeah. And today I have a very poor network.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that.
It's fighting me seriously. I have a very poor network today, but
I was
Thank
thinking
God
it
I
was
went.
my own.
No, it's from me. It's from me. Because I went to go and check and I see the voltage. That is when I know that I am having the network problem seriously. So Biafran, that is the link. In case you want to join us as we are playing the audio, you can join us and make your contribution. No open of
David, you
video
are
for you.
welcome.
David, yeah, David, you are welcome. So if you know that you have anything to contribute, you have the time to join us. So have your time. When network is bad like this, he will seize everything on the system. So Mazekai, you can see it clearly that no matter black or red, those that was arrested them never released them until the people outside achieved recognition. This is how they was being released. So any Biafrans today, we learned from the past and also pray for what we are looking for. What is that? Recognition, because all these parts that all this con has gone through it is where we are in our own case right now. So try to understand that it's only you will declare they can save Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ebanjoko, and every Biafran. So listen to the audio. Okay.
The self-determination movement builds a highly structured external layer, the entire legal dynamic changes. While a domestic regime will use its local laws to arrest and jail a leader for treason or subversion, a functional government in exile or external administrative command bypasses those local courts by achieving international recognition. By issuing formal sovereign declarations and working through international law, these external bodies force global superpowers to intervene. The domestic state is ultimately compelled to release the leader because international pressure transforms them from a local criminal into an internationally recognized statesman. Excluding Biafra and Ambazonia, here is the history of 5 African leaders who were arrested under local laws but freed because their organizations successfully established external state frameworks and won international recognition. 1. Ahmed Ben Bella, Algeria. The organization, National Liberation Front, FLN. The local law judgment. In October 1956, French military forces hijacked a Moroccan aircraft carrying Ben Bella. He was arrested and tried under French domestic state security laws, spending over 5 years in French prisons. Transition to government in exile. In September 1958, while Ben Bella was incarcerated, the FLN formally transitioned into an external sovereign structure, the Provisional Government of the Algerian Republic, GPRA, operating from Cairo, Egypt, and Tunis, Tunisia. The declaration, the GPRA immediately issued official declarations of Algerian statehood, creating an exiled cabinet to manage the country's international legal affairs. International recognition and release. The GPRA secured formal recognition from dozens of sovereign states across Africa, Asia, and Latin America, and successfully pushed the United Nations to validate Algeria's right to self-determination. Because the international community recognized the GPRA as the legitimate authority of Algeria, France was legally forced to negotiate with them. This resulted in the Evian Accords of March 1962, which explicitly mandated Ben Bella's immediate release from prison. 2. Andimba Toivo Ya Toivo, Namibia. The organization, Southwest Africa People's Organization, SWAPO. The local law judgment. In 1966, Toivo Ya Toivo was arrested by South African occupation forces. He was tried in Pretoria under South Africa's Domestic Retroactively Applied Terrorism Act and sentenced to 20 years in Robben Island prison. Transition to government in exile. SWAPO established a highly structured external administrative command headquartered in Tanzania, Zambia, and later Angola, which functioned as a de facto government in exile while the domestic wing was suppressed. The declaration. The external wing continually petitioned global legal bodies, issuing declarations rejecting South Africa's local administrative jurisdiction over Namibia. In 1973, this culminated in a landmark UN General Assembly declaration officially recognizing SWAPO as the sole and authentic representative of the Namibian people. International recognition and release. Because SWAPO held this internationally recognized status, the United Nations drafted Resolution 435 for Namibian independence. The immense diplomatic isolation and international law pressure forced the South African regime to grant Toivo Ya Toivo an unconditional release in March 1984, long before his sentence was finished, so he could join the international negotiations. 3. Nelson Mandela, South Africa, the organization, African National Congress, ANC, the local law judgment. Arrested by the apartheid state in 1962, Mandela was tried under domestic security laws during the Rivonia trial, 1963-1964, and sentenced to life imprisonment on Robben Island as a domestic saboteur. Transition to government in exile. Following the banning of the movement at home, the ANC shifted its entire administrative, diplomatic, and military command layer to Lusaka, Zambia, functioning as a fully operational de facto state apparatus in exile. The Declaration. The external ANC issued major international legal frameworks, most notably the 1989 Harare Declaration, which set the global terms and guidelines for dismantling the apartheid state. International recognition and release. The ANC's external mission achieved official observer status at the United Nations, opened more diplomatic offices worldwide than the official South African government, and successfully lobbied for global economic sanctions and arms embargoes. The overwhelming weight of international law and economic isolation forced the South African state to legalize the ANC and unconditionally release Mandela in February 1990. 4. Habib Bourguiba, Tunisia, the organization, Neo-Destor Party. The local law judgment. In January 1952, French colonial authorities arrested Bourguiba under local martial law and emergency regulations to dismantle the Tunisian independence leadership, placing him in solitary confinement on a remote island. Transition to government in exile. In response to the domestic crackdown, the Neo-Destor Party established a powerful external directorate and diplomatic mission operating out of Cairo, Egypt, to govern the movement internationally. The Declaration. The external administration issued continuous declarations demanding full sovereignty and brought the Tunisian case directly to the United Nations Security Council. International recognition and release. The international community recognized the external wing's diplomatic authority, and France faced intense pressure from both the UN and Arab League nations. Realizing that local colonial laws could not suppress a movement with international legal backing, the French government capitulated. In 1954, French Prime Minister Pierre Mendès France flew to Tunis to grant internal autonomy and unconditionally release Bourguiba so he could sign the final treaties. 5. Joshua Nkomo, Zimbabwe. The organization, Zimbabwe African People's Union, ZAPU, the local law judgment. In 1964, Nkomo was arrested by the white minority Rhodesian government under the Local Law and Order Maintenance Act and held in remote detention camps for 10 years. Transition to government in exile. While Nkomo was locked away, ZAPU constructed a highly advanced external administrative and military command structure based in Lusaka, Zambia, which acted as a de facto state in exile. The Declaration. The external command issued continuous sovereign declarations and appeals to the UN, the Commonwealth, and the Organization of African Unity, OAU. International recognition and release. Because the international community completely refused to recognize the local Rhodesian regime's legality, global bodies gave official backing to the external liberation structures. Superpowers and neighboring African states leveraged this international recognition to financially and logistically strangle the Rhodesian administration. This overwhelming external pressure forced the local regime to unconditionally release Nkomo, alongside ZANU's Robert Mugabe, in late 1974 to participate in international peace talks in Lusaka. The structural blueprint for success. Leader, organization, external structure base. The sovereign turning point. A. Ben Bella, FLN, Cairo, Tunis, GPRA, 1962 Evian Accords. France recognizes GPRA's sovereignty, freeing the leader. A. Toivo Ya Toivo, SWAPO, Lusaka, Luanda 1973 UN Declaration. SWAPO recognized as sole representative, forcing 1984 release. N. Mandela, ANC, Lusaka, Zambia 1989 Harare Declaration. Global UN sanctions forced the regime to yield in 1990. H. Bourguiba, Neo-Destor, Cairo, Egypt 1954 UN Security Council pressure. France bypasses local courts to release the negotiator. J. Nkomo, ZAPU, Lusaka, Zambia 1974 OAU. Frontline leverage. Global non-recognition of Rhodesia forces the leader's release.
China, are you there?
Yes, I'm coming. Just 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay. We have our brother Triple M here. Please, Triple M, you are welcome to the program. Have the mic, please. Triple M, are you there to your mic? Okay.
Dear my brother, the thing, I have a call in my phone that knocked me out from the sound.
Okay.
All right, am I coming out clearly, my brothers?
Yes, so we can hear you.
All right, thank
Okay.
you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my brother Arabia for TV and my own brother Mazekai Reports. O nwere ebe anyị si akwụrụ mana o nwere ebe anyị si and o nwere ebe anyị na-aga maka ndị na-agbara and they are sundo. Well, before my before I continue, I mere no Igbo Day. Ọ bụ eziokwu na ndị na-emekwa organize Igbo Day na London here wunde one Nigeria ọkwa ndị Igbo mana ị na-agwa ha okwu Biafra ọ na-efe ha efe ihe ha kara edite Nigeria ka na confuse ha. I went there and I was communicating with my admin Mazi Benchus. We met that place actually. Though I got me the contact. Enyere me a contact thinking that now I got participate there because before you participate you have to register, you pay some pounds for registration, then you also have to pay for canopy and the seat that will enable you to have a space. Mana mgbe m nyere ya the number think that ọ ga-take ya off from there. Oh no, I'm negotiate. I would have done that. Mana enyere m the number, yes, okay. But that minute is ka DPM gwaziri ya that now we need to go there. Yeah, memezie call. I want time adela behind. The time I did here tire go dey involve. We agaghị akpọkọta ndị be anyị mana ọ bụrụ ebe eji ofu obi eme ihe gwaga eziokwu ndị Igbo nọ na London ndị Igbo nọ na United Kingdom sọsọ ha sef gaa finance nwe Biafra ya abịa mana ndị sabo juru ebe a na-agụ ya agụ ndị jiri ego Biafra ndị Maazị Nnamdi Kanu rụcha ụlọ mechaa ihe niile agaghị enwe ma ndị ji ya nwe akwụkwọ eji ya nwee mana that is by the way. Mana nke ikpeazụ those that is still sleeping, we don't have anything to tell you people. All we have to tell you people that you better wake up. But if you pretend as if nothing is happening, your name is sorry. Thank you, my brother, for this opportunity given to me. And going by your topic, everybody in this program have already seen the topic. My question is this: once you are doing something, and once you stand out that you want to do something, knowing fully well that thing that you're planning to do, you're not the first person that initiated it. Many people have gone through that route. And it is in the law. What we, the Biafran people, are doing is enshrined in the law that it is your right. So, you coming out to come and do that same thing other people have done, there is no other way you will do it. Unless there is something else that you are doing, which is contrary to what you told us that you are doing. Agulo. Ebekwasị enwere ka esi eme ya nwanne enwe ka esi eme ihe ọbụla. Ihe ahụ okeke mere ebe ọ na-achọ freedom nweta freedom ya Okafọ eme ya Okenkwọ eme ya nwanne Okorie have to do it. If Okorie did not follow that route, nwanne, we are the Okorie. We have been following all other routes without knowing the due process that makes after protest of our leader Nnamdi Kanu. We can't even talk about Wazirike. Yes, Wazirike woken us up, also woken our leader Nnamdi Kanu up. But Wazirike is a local champion. He failed to research, Owazirike would have been the person that will be remembering in this series today. But where he deviated, instead of him to stop and go and rest, he began to fight whom that is doing it right, trying to stop that person. Since he failed, let that person also failed. It doesn't happen that way. They fail to remember that this particular race is God's race. There is nothing you will do. You that failed doesn't mean that another person will fail. Owazirike played his local champion and he failed. Our leader Masnani Kalu kickstarts the movement today. You see, when I see what has been flying over out there, new DOS, ODOS, I laughed because the Masnani Kalu we know knows what he wants. He knows what he wants. These people that they brought out today, they say the new DOS and the blah blah blah. Are they not aware that Biafra had been already declared? Always, every time you see him coming out to make, I think, was it yesterday, Monday, or today, Tuesday, that he made a broadcast talking all manner of things. I was like, talking about the referendum and others of them. I look at him, I laugh. I say, this, my brother, thank you so much for your teachings. You opened our eyes. You opened our eyes, and our PM also give you. In fact, you took the bolster from our PM's movement, because he is the one that made us know what a government in exile is all about. The world have told you, the international community you are looking up to, they have enacted a law that any country that wants to exist from the previous country. If your country of host never allowed you to do your thing in a peaceful way, it is your right to create government in exile. And that is that government in exile is a channel for you to get your freedom. They never mentioned organization. Oh. It wasn't organization. Oh. Organization is a stepping stone. Makana, asi okwahama yaha iswata yagada ya di shoke. You can use organization to start to bring people together, then you proceed. Our leader Masnani did it. Unfortunately, the people that surrounded him are agobuono, hungry people. The people that have nothing to offer. Those are the people that surrounded him. That makes him at a point in time, because it is somehow now, you are the one pushing. No idea from anywhere. You are the one bringing your own idea. And even when you try to bring your own idea on how to move forward, the people that surrounded you will suppress it. Tell you, don't do it this way, do it this way, do it this way. Don't make things in such a way our people will suffer. In such a way, our people will do this. Bring it down. Don't use force. And these people telling you this, they don't have any good idea on how to go forward, though. That makes our leader Masnani Kalu came out to shout after crying for 100 men. All these criminals now jumping from pillar to pole, mentioning 100 men when they took our leader away. My goodness. They were all there when our PM came and represented and said he is one of the 100 men, but in him can't 50 men. Then let our leader look for 50 men. Today they are shouting 100 men, 100 men, 100 men. Even I don't even believe. Even if I sleep, if from my sleep you woke me up and said, I say, my brother, my sister, I will never accept it. Because if you know whom you are following, you know, just like your father, or a teacher in the class. If you are a student that knows what your teacher wants, there are some things someone will tell you that your teacher say that you will not take. You say it's a lie. My teacher, I know, cannot say this. That's where we are today. Just like the criminal faceless disunite, what he just said a few days ago, that they gave Master Simon Ekpa the ultimatum to select people that will come into the hall. Then Master Simon Ekpa said that he's organizing, organizing, blah blah blah, with the people that will select people that will be in the court. What an irony! What a stupid statement! I don't know what these people take us for. Remember, this is Europe. We are not in the zoo. I don't know these people. They always use the system of zoo to confuse our people, and our people are believing them. How can you say the person that is under the custody of this? Wait a minute. Does it mean that the constitution, Finland will not change their constitution to zoo constitution in order to penalize our own person? It's not possible. It's not possible. All these mediocres, they always use any little thing to chase cloud. Makanasa ni kogo nwata. Ikono nwata, ikono adiyam akayama. All these criminals now, what would they tell you that they are doing for the freedom? It's no longer the freedom. It's now Master Simon Ekpa. Those on the area of our leader Master Nkano, it's no longer the freedom. It's now our leader Master Nkano. What a shame! What a shame! Thank God for the coming of USB, because it would, when I look around, I see appreciate the God Almighty. I say, oh, no wonder our leader Master Nkano says that God told him that this freedom must surely come. If not so, he would have even abandoned everybody, go in and rest. But for the fact Chukwu Kabiyama told him that the freedom will come, the people, because our leader Master Nkano already knew that the people that surrounded him are wolves and jackals. They have nothing to offer. They are there to destroy and buy. And he said, God, if it is these people that surrounded me, that he has no faith to that this prophecy you're telling me that before will come. He has no faith about it. God told him, don't worry, when the time comes, I will send for those people that will help you in bringing it. Just like what the person that called himself the master prophet, the awakened one that is asleep. He don't still believe today that, okay, now he's confessing, they are not confessing about what they did to our PM, but yet they never believe that that cause of our PM is still standing tall. How can I my sister origin? Thank God for that miracle that happened on 29th November 2024. If not, some of us I don't know how I'll pull it, because for me, I don't even believe that I will still live today, because I know how I felt when the shocking news of our PM came on board. But what awakes me was the broadcast of our DPM. Was it on 23rd? On 23rd of November 2024, that ignites our faith again. Here we are today. Now, let me bring it down this way. All these people, all these criminals jumping from pillar to pole, projecting one thing or the other. You have challenged them time without number, my brother read Biafra TV. Let them tell us what they are doing now. The country that have used it, follow that same route and get their freedom. Let them tell us just one. But every now and then we give them references of those that have that the country that is still stand today as a country, that the route they followed is the same route USB is following now. Even what they gained that period, USB have getting it more and more. I keep saying it. USB broke the record of freedom and set a new record of freedom fighting. Whether they like it or not, that's what we did. That's what we did. Now look at what happened in Poland. Poland, the news is flying left, right, center now. Poland now. How can you be you claim to be a religion person? Why can't you focus on yourself? Must you go and buy other person to prove that you are a religion? That is an act of war or act of organ. You don't need to go and if what you are doing is good, you don't beg anybody to come and join you. No.
Exactly.
We are no longer in slavery era. It is true that Christianity came into Biafra land, in Igbo land, with Ebenamma. Yes. But what they brought to us is what we already knew. Aye Mayama. All we have, it is our culture, it is our things that they went and pretend as if they modelize it. Now, those people that gave us that thing now, they now realize that what they gave to us is what we already have. Oh, we are using it well now. Now they are now fighting against us using our enemy. One name. Oh, they gave us something. We accept with our hearts. Despite the fact that they forced us, we took it. Today we are using it in our favor. Let's forget about the criminals that are using it to rob our people. I am telling us, you see this facility we are talking about. When Biafra comes and we are settled, control our land, everything. If you are not called by God, one if you got touch yourself, government our people. Now you go leave your church run. Come go the work. By then, you don't leave your own and go to another person's thing because of condition. Whatever I see things that is happening in our land today, I don't even blame the person in question. What I look at is the system that put them into that. That's what I look. I don't even look at the person in question. Because in Europe, maybe okay, that's why today in Europe, one day, Europe, when they put on a street, you take the one you like. Ghana church, some church apata, date and energy. I don't want assorted food there. You better you take what you want to eat. It's only in the zoo. Madigaga social plantain. I saw agro. You would without even knowing the cause. Biafra will settle a lot of things. So all these people parading, the best thing that they will do to themselves will to align to the government that is in existence now. Because USB emelaya. That thing they told the world will never after all the massive protest, after all the pool of crowd, 1 million man march, 10,000 man march, after everything, when he visit UN, they will tell him go and be doing something. And all these morals don't ask what is that thing they want us to go and do. You have data. You put on the internet again, that same data can help you to research and educate yourself. Even WhatsApp research, Google lawyer, Sigil the USB, Joe make a USB, declare the question declare. You just controls did that same step. Our people, what is the problem? I am a Bundi Biafra. But I am so very happy that it doesn't matter what we are doing today. The constitution, international community, the constitution, UN charter. How my man of the here game? My brother Mazi Chino. We teach this thing. After the education of some countries, and when multiple people patrano some even declared. But the good news is that I don't for time for recognition. I want them buzo baru the trophy.
As first cup.
I am telling you, first half. It doesn't matter how many, because Genkrena is forming up for the declaring. These are the same people. Oh, Chinekena, the Chinekena neighbor Notata. So my people, support our people. I'm gonna tweet our DPM Twitter about UN recognizing USB. Partially through Christopher Okenwa. Man, are you our people? You see, my brother Kai, when he go here during the time of South African freedom, that how were that now? How were even South African government team when there any office how gave times 2.
Oh, in Farnham, yes.
It is time. It is time. I encourage all the admins of every countries. If you can even have 2 in one country, all the okay. China Bribu. I went 5 na China, all the okay. Amahamo our own neighbor, Ajola ma wa admin actually. I am an ndo boda winde jainala. Amakwa ma our document urule haka.
And
okwesiri idu haka. Okwesiri idu haka magemo Ajola ma wa admin. I'm a office before na Birmingham. Mbo Boniface wa admin that time. Ndo oge nkere asahi shipro halawa. Office aha nozi ha n'aka na anyị ma ego lighter dị a ma ego le expenditure na office aha mepecha mgbe anyị mepere ya dị otu o si wee dị. So I tụkwala ego ọzọ for new office which the turn up na adịga hụ ọdịga hụ nwe ihe na people na agbazi onyopa. I don't blame them because I even appreciate our people. Ego IPOB na ego IPOB stariri chai USB jiri ego aha na ayalawula. Honestly speaking, USB jiri ego aha na odego aha na ayalawago. Mana ihula ni ano mgbe written ga-abịa that the finance might not be there anymore. Reason wuna people that have invested they will feel so bad as if this thing is not working, is not workable. Akwụkwọ ya bụ eze na-aghọrị ndị ọ na-achị ma mbọsị ka ọ na-eti na-agụ mana mgbe agụ ga-abịa agaghị ama. Our people, please, my people, wake up. Time don't reach. That thing that we have been fighting for, that dream, that prayers, God have answered our prayers on 29th November 2024, and the USB have gathered all those documents. Even those fighting USB today, they also signed on that document. Isn't that a miracle? They signed that the USB to be a country, but today they are fighting it. If you don't know, you don't understand. I pity those that is fighting this freedom. I keep repeating it. USB constitution is in Amazon. It is not hidden. Maka ihe ọbụla ị na-arụ, ihe ọbụla ị na-eme, nwanne ọnọdụ gị nọkwara gị na that constitution. Afrọkwa gị wee dee ya, afrọm wee dee ya. It is here now. The constitution has been there since early 2025. It has been there. So gị na-arụzi arụ ọla ị nọ na-arụ chekwa date go ọkwa 2026 ka ị nọ. Mgbe ị ga-asị Polo akọwasịrị m ọfụma ka Chineke mezie okwu. I am a citizen of United States of Biafra and I am proud to be a citizen of USB. Here we go. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you so much. Thank you. Maazị ka ihe na-agwa ha na mụnwa ọrụ mkpa protest ka m ga na-eme na Ghana after ha atachara afọ ha atachara nweta m jeme declaration na-achụgharị Kwame Nkrumah na 1957 orumbe of recognition Ghana eme implement court of no appeal na otu mụ na-ekwu okwu anọ na ọ bụrụ na nwanne m na-agba USB mgbe a ma na ọ na-agba ya mgba. When my brother come to do some government when they make interview ya tụọ ya nga mụnwa anekwa nọkwa ihe na-ekwu okwu ana mpụta ka ndị eme appeal my brother nwekwu ya tụọ m 5 years ihe mere nji ebe eme appeal my brother ya eji ọkwa ya bang ọ dịka ala ka a ga-eme implement na Biafra land o. And also I have taken my time also to be a witness when I have read all the punishment many countries you go ndebe hajru na ha man ihe ana.
What is very simple na each my appeal we go do not to go get the money then image appeal obona wan to lose all the case go na ga batakwo ime gina gota go ige ma appeal
no mazukai court Ghana na nke ha na onwe dị ege ma appeal eme na unde makwa straight 20 years ka na to straight. Ọ bụrụ na nwanne m pụta ime appeal na-eji nwanne m 20 years na ọ bịara enwu di ya tụọ 20 years ozugbo anwụkwa m nwa bịara ime appeal tụnyekwa n'ime ụlọ nga 5 years kwa ọkụ ihe Ghana
bụ ife a na-ekwu na ọ bụ na ikwu ndị ife a na-eme were isi were isi ga-ewere ya tie kwuo mmezu were mmezu owezi isi
ebe a nke ọ dị. So my fellow Biafrans, like play na play oh. What is coming this year will shock you. You see the way you are sleeping and Biafra was redeclared. In the same way you will be dancing and whining. You might have YouTube where you stand cascading USB. Another country are going to hard organize the other USB or mega family. Maz Ruchuma God, believing from here, please, Onyempa, that you please have the mic.
Yeah, Mazuchino, good evening from my side.
Good evening, Onyempa.
You're welcome.
Triple M, I greet you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you know, man, because a lot of people need this platform, so that's why sometimes manke Kai, manke, Exodus, and even Ezekiel, all of them. But something that is happening that is very, very Amaham annoying because people who are doing what they're doing, sometimes I sit down, I sit back, and I try to process why they do what they do, why they say what they say. You see, because before I went to Finland, all of you knew what was going on. People will just go, I don't know, they go, they come back, they bring mixed messages, they say all manner of things. They feel too much concern, and why even this Biafra Unite, even when Obatobi, there was a time he had problem with Obatobi. It was this same Biafra Unite who read charter. He read the charter for Ogechukwu Nkere. I don't know how. I can't process how PM. Auto she, how she made this, but I come to realize how it happened. Imam Madhabu and Co, Bryce, Koma and Co, they concocted all this madness, they infused it into people in Finland. And imagine if Obatobe comes out now, and you people begin to play to Obatobe what everybody have done. Which I can Biafra Unite, what will he tell Obatobe? It was this Biafra Unite who started reading charter for everybody. All confused a lot of people. Biafra Unite confused a lot of people. That is why today, when I hear this voice, it gets me irritated because I'm the reason why they do what they do. I'm what they want to achieve. I was in Finland. Biafra, this guy say he wants to call Biafra Unite. If he has a message to give me to give to Obatobe, why did he not give that guy a message to give Obatobe? Why? Because he told him that somebody came from my land, he's going to see Obatobe. If he has any message to give to me. And he said a whole lot of message, which the guy was not able to process a lot of message. Therefore, Unite said, but what I only grabbed there is they were talking about a lawyer. Every something, the name of the lawyer, and they are saying it's very, very expensive. And when we got in there, this guy began to ask me if I still remember what he told me. Look, I was able to tell about it. I don't actually, the guy was talking about lawyer. I said Bryce Okoma told him that the lawyer, the amount of price they are calling. You see why when I come here to speak, I am obligated to say the truth. Just in case people will not come say, oh, I want to talk now, you lie. No. And all these lawyers they are talking about, all Obatobe cases have been closed since. What exactly what these people, what they want to achieve, what they're trying to achieve. Even I was in this guy platform, I was saying it. This new Department of State or whatever this is not Nnamdi Kanu's make. When our people will come, Ohamadike with everything, he has everything. But by doing all these things to Hamadike, Mandi, I think from Kaya, Mama onye play again, onye sini hammer war. Na how they put the military together. These things made it very, very, very dangerous to Hamadike Nnamdi Kanu.
USB.
You understand? I don't know. Why they are doing all these things. Because these things they are doing in the history of both recognition, both liberation, people anaghị akọ ụmụ nwoke anaghị akọ ka nwanyị, even ha akọnyugo ụmụ nwanyị. I can't imagine men. Onwekwa onye wu ụmụaka, ụfọdụ ụmụ ha amụcha na nwa n'ụlọ, ụfọdụ grandfather, ụfọdụ grandmothers, and they will concoct lies. This shine apparabet everywhere. This is the same person that you promised Obatobie that Obatobie gahuhe game today. Where is this love Hane profess to Obatobie? Let's the bullshit. Where is he coming from? The thing now confusing.
It's coming from the money they are making from those who did them out the message to come and say what we are doing.
What is all this?
Because of the money.
So, and I still recall in that conversation when Bafran and I said, I think Bryce Nassau was calling him, he couldn't process what he was saying. So Batobe said he was going to call Brighton or come or something like that. But right now, that they are not in now, have fallen out with them. So, what is the meaning of this? I was saying in Akekele now, Amami Hobidos, say I want the Dr. Rabes don't go Kuriye. How can I room about this saying? Look, this woman never restricted anybody. What's the trigger? You check young woman dreaming stand, you don't make my move now. But I asked him this question now fundraising. This one asks if you don't see this person, don't you can't have got us. No. Call Uche will give you a link. And this is what I did. No matter how much I turn no out, because of my inability of internet to I'm like you people. The information hanging went to another way. Before confront my brother confront them or put to say things right, move. But the thing what we are talking about is all these people, none of them is so signature hand on a USB document here. The declaration documents are handing a signing and I tell that signature. Almost 500, and these people, all their signatures are here. Most of them with digital ID card halal from Finland. What this means, like say you just rightly said now that which I totally believe because it happened in Namibia. It happened in Namibia. South Africa was sponsoring the heavily. This time they're talking about protest. I have said this countless times. Somebody in a prison give us this is what protest we want to do. This is what we want to do on your behalf. Yes, want to go ahead. And I said this in presence of Obatobie. The boy Jirani Asim Kojukwa Obatobie knew him because what I said to Obatobie. What during why in this Agaham and will not see this person to come to see him. I accurately told him in presence of that guy. Look, Obatobie, this is my annoyance. They came from Finland after the declaration. This man empowered Ogenkere. He splitted the government. He swore Ogenkere in as APM. He made the vote and swore Ogenkere on oath of office. As I speak to you now, you are being referred as former prime minister. Ogenkere now calls you Simon. So now I calls you also Agbakuramana. So this is no betray again for Ngozi. This is all what I told him. And I told him that this man was the source of the problem we had. So now, having said this, all these people still supporting him right now. When I have said this to Obatobie, are they not even that our brother I don't want to be calling his name. He's working with them, Imam Madhaba and Co. You should have been able to tell him what I have said to Obatobie. Maybe I want to get the money and because I said it to Obatobie. This man was the problem we have. At the same time, now, this same man has raised the bylaw. Chata Biafra United, I would have told him too. But you can't have that on my mind. I told him that there is a bylaw to unseat him. I told him that after 3 months, because as right now, Ogenkere is a prime minister. He have changed the documents in Maryland. Everything that belonged to him. The guy just on this smile. Him on a smile, and smile, give man a smile meaning something. All this thing I told him there. I can't hide the I can't hide it, I can't change it, I can't lie against anybody. I am not in that level. This is what I told him. That, and people don't know that even USB government is aware of my journey. They know the point to public. And if I ask them in the public, these people would have succeeded in stopping me because him with a strong connection with Indian of Finland. I'm telling you the truth. That man who carrying on the involved. He is involved. Also, I make interview. In Nigeria, get interview, man, Habuga, and yes, no man. So they're all in this together. So that's why every day I listen to everybody. Even this protest, this is basically something was organized in Finland by themselves. The problem now, they're trying to use it as a weapon against USB. They're trying to do it as if now. That's why I'm where this Biafran, whatever they call, I don't know where he's coming from. I'm somebody now who cannot even go to Finland. Look, Obato be na prison ahụ nwere communication channel. Even na-eme the application, they nwere ebe ị ga-ere na-ajụ gị ma ị chọrọ telephone call ka ọ wụpụ ihe. I think so. You choose the fine, but that is those options. And all this Imam Madhabu was using, what Biafra United was with Ogenkere before. Before he left Ogenkere, now begin to work with Imam Madhabu and Bryson and Co. And one, according to what Mazi is saying here, we know the punishment of many countries have given to their people. But what happens, why I get angry and more angry is these are what I will not with their brothers and sisters. Our now this teaching, manner that they have no place. They have no place. They have lost their place. Are they not? Is that what they're telling us? Are they not listening to this? Well, let me conclude. I know that their paymasters are paying them. This protest is for all quite the same Imam Madhabu and Van and Biafra. They are the one who brought this thing out as if they are the main organizers. So now if you have to come, you will do this. This is how more Patobie is not in his hand, is not in all this madness. I am telling you the gospel truth. Because let me say something here now. This protest now, take for example, arrange. I'm saying this now here. This guy I want to confirm from him in my presence. That know all about it. Or do I see but to confirm money who this our brother, this our elderly brother. But I hear. But to be so about it. But when we hear, if we are a psychologist or you would only read the words. But to be Julia, kedi no plan. No put in place. That question alone goes to get that. Basically, I just call that in here. We don't know part of it, but this is what we want to do. Because all wouldn't hear my market, the plan, Abi.
Yes.
But he was asking him, what are you doing? What time? will you people start? From what time to what time? In here, we heard that our brother there. So psychologically, if you reason it up, they just put this to him, and yeah, we are now a good thing. Then they decide to see where we outside. To dinner abroad because all happened. Dinner around this outside the country. And Dr. Abes have made it clear countless times. No one actually gonna guy. Here people are changing this narrative as if even Dr. Abes say she might be there. She said it. But all this time sure because of commitment, but it's just that she might be there, but she's or stamp that she will definitely be there. But also she will see how it goes. So this confusion happened. Where are they not going by themselves? Why are they not themselves going to Finland? Why? So my brother, I want to say this in Master Prophet should tell Canon Takano and Ndio they should align themselves with United States of Biafra. They should stop playing this nasty game they are playing. I'm actually achieve, but but let me tell you people, they should align themselves with USB government and make a case worldwide. All the DOS, this and that. Nnamdi Kanu or Hamadike are one part of this. And and Nnamdi Kanu, all this, I got actually the go Nnamdi Kanu have to DOS. Oh no, man. Nnamdi Kanu have to go DOS. Okay, Simon, no, yeah. Are you people not aware? DOS on their own since Nnamdi Kanu deny Simon Yajo, they left him long time. I have to talk about this story. DOS make has make profits in Germany. They went to Germany and opened a new office. So they are doing things on their own. Nnamdi Kanu have left Chike Dozem and Co. long time ago. Or this recent one, he has sacked them. Say, oh, they go happen, and they know by themselves. Mgbe he can't get a attack, and I said, "Na no Nnamdi Kanu na agba DOS, were they not there? Mgbe Hamadike happened these people long time. So this one in Horemere now concussion. Kanu using it and allow Jimako to get to them with a jofo. They want to show them that you can dispose. But they go they cannot choro barrister jofo. Or we now a jofo is a member of. Are you people not aware? No be no remedy say a jofo is na commander. You always to na top person na are you people not aware? Mgbe ha chụrụ Ejiofor ka ọ chụrụ the entire DOS. Are you people not aware? So this one pụtara na-asị nwogu na-akọrị nonsense. All those nonsense ha na-eme, they want to indict this man. Amaghị m ọwụ lack of knowledge kọwaa amaghị ihe, amaghị m what to say. So my dear, I want to conclude by saying all those things you hụrụ Biafra United na Arantu. Samuel Ekwa, Obatobie, never told Biafra United anything. Omekata onye ọcha Finland authority we say what Biafra United, even Omakwana Obatobie were lawyer. Gakene me right onye ojii enwebe right na Bongo. Ya wụrụ na abroad na ndị onye ọbụla ga-abata nke m ga-ekwu onye ga-abata ma ndị na-enweghị ha akwụkwọ sef ma ndị nna what is all this? Ọ wụrụzi onye ọcha a whole Finland with their system, with their court system. ga-awụrụzi onye ojii ga-asalet ọbata obi ga-agbazi Biafra United. How many people will come into this is madness. This is not true. I abroad all of us now because what are they talking about? Obodo oyibo, no matter how bad and hard, he hold the law, he hold the justice to high esteem, no matter how they but they can never be like Africans. If you hear in a Biafra United around, it's all pure lies. Pure lies. I'm using this medium to address people. India need deceive for this. Biafra Unite, we don't care about. I remember, I think our brother Glenn and they go now all battle Biafra Unite without his face, this and that. Biafra Unite, when we be face here, everybody is aware of that. But the thing is, this guy out this Biafra Unite will destroy. He fought Simon now. Did he not fight Simon? He did. Are we not here? So, my brother, we can't stop thanking your message, you know. I am not saying now, whether you want to listen, whether you don't want to listen, we have come to realize that first peaceful declaration on the 29th of November, 2024 stands. As long as Finland and Nigeria was not able to scuttle that, that is the victory we have. That is the miracle we have. That is why we say what we say. That is why we go to bed, we can sleep. Let me tell everybody. I'm a student of Chino research. Another move last if they are doing behind them. I be lecture in a show. I need to catch cruise. But all funny hanem, knock at hanem. I don't do that. I am a very, very heady individual. I got be anywhere before Simon with him megegi. Or only and then they could get me here. It's not possible. So, you know, we don't know, but him, allow you, Jimako. That man who questioned only him before. The man who questioned is supposed to suspend that from. He also on a mechanism abate with rubbish. Such a high-profile lawyer.
I will give you an update about him. Don't worry. I have a update about
such a high-profile question. All these shenanigans name. You're gonna have, but you're supposed to be educating on Hamadiko on up and running off. You make the documents USB polygrole. Recognition. Did they people realize it at all? Or recognition we recognize it will come. But when they can accept the United States of Biafra document, would they say okay, each all recognition? What are people talking about?
What is called recognition.
That's that thing.
Did you recognition and de facto? They don't recognize any of our documents now, proving step 1 of de facto.
Yes, exactly. That's what you said. Yeah. So
all the under you all the UN Charter Article 24 in bracket 8 and 9. All the also na video convention. See, one thing about us that now we on the legal, which is USB. Legal doesn't make noise. Why illegal and shout? IPOB is illegal. Masob is illegal. Oge nkere sasana akparawa automobile mechanic government in exile is illegal. PUC illegal. CRC illegal. BGC, anything that is not USB today, championing Biafra you are under illegal. And that is why these days I focus on issue of our our people's ignorance of law, of to achieve as a country. This ignorance, this is our problem. Ignorance of the law and emotion, fake emotion. These are two things that is the problem. But once you can conquer these two things, you are good to go.
Yeah. Okay, my brother, let me conclude. Again, when people go to Finland and see Obatobi, or they call, while I was saying I was concerned, why is it that you know bad there, wrong people here na Gija? They begin to project what didn't happen, what Obatobi. Or one day a putting no Obatobi will come out. That's what my question. If you go down and come out and say what he did not say, that he never said. How would they feel? This is very bad.
I am saying this word openly. We are keeping record. Also, to delete your video. We are saving it for you. Well, the days are running very close.
Okay, my brother. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dadio. Thank you. Let's go to Igede's son, please. Igede's, please have the mic. Igede's son, have the mic.
Oh, Mazi Chino. Daddy Oluchi, my God. May Chukwu Kikabiyama bless you, sir. Ezigbote nna ka o. Ezigbote nna ka o.
Is it network?
Elder statement. I'm with it.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you now. Yes.
As long as USB is concerned that the Oluchinwa God, you remain one of the best, one of our best elder statesmen in USB. May Okike keep you to your 150 years.
It's a network from Zoo, so we know how it is. So let us have some patience for him. He'll be going and coming in. And today is like I am.
Triple M greet you, sir.
You're welcome. You get a song.
Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. It's coming and going, but go on.
Okay. So, like I said earlier. Okay. Like I said earlier, any other organization, any group outside USB is a distraction. Is a distraction. As long as they have not been able to obtain every requirement in the Montevideo Convention, CPU, all those groups outside USB, as long as they have not been able to meet up to the standard of the Montevideo Convention, everything they are parading outside USB, I consider them to be a distraction. Yes, all these things will happen. And another thing that also give me encouragement and give me joy today is that if tomorrow perhaps that all the group championing for Biafra liberation should come out today, should present what they have, I can stand to beat my chest to you. Every other group outside UAB have nothing to present. Every other group have nothing to present before the whole world. Because every nation's world power, world leaders, they know the importance of Montevideo Convention. They know the rules. They know the international law that back up every freedom fighters. And every nation that is due to go on their own separate way, they know the criteria want to meet before you become a nation. So all those groups today that are running up and down from one pillar to post, they don't have the documents. They don't have the backup. They are just running like one that fair brake, like a bicycle that fair brake or motorcycle that fair brake. That is how they are running. They are just running off food, someone that is in his mouth. To tell you that USB is urban. USB is the everybody know the weight of USB and they know as it stands now, except some of our people who don't have the knowledge, who don't know. But I can stand to tell you, I know the weight of USB. Just like Mazi Chino say, you see USB, the difference is that they are in a diplomatic move and they are not a noise maker. Those of them that has nothing to offer, they are the one making noise up and down. That is just that has nothing inside is bound to make a whole lot of noise. But any container that has something inside, it will be difficult for you to hear the sound or hear the noise of that container. They are doing the needful. And the world that know the importance of Montevideo Convention, they understood the diplomacy have been making all this while. Their eyes is on the ground. They have been submitting papers at the appropriate quarters, and their document is being received by the country. They sign it to show that that document has. So every document that they are submitting today, every world leaders, every nations who know, they know that indeed the USB have met to the standard. And they know very well that they are only exercising their sovereignty right. That is what you are seeing them doing today. That they are not coming out now to voice out the moment that document will be submitted to them does not mean that they are not going to say something. They are not going to say something. They will say something at the appropriate time. So when the document is being submitted, they are going to undergo. They will study it. I know they are going to bring something on the table to discuss with them. Have discuss about interest on what they need and what they will achieve. I know that particular one. I know that discussion might be going on or about to start. I can stand to tell my people, everybody hearing or listening to Mazi Chino on this platform this evening, I can tell you that if you are sleeping with one eye, I can boldly tell you that as long as USB have been redeclared on 29th of November, as long as the day USB was about to redeclare and no obstruction, nothing stopped it, and everything was done successfully, and the United Nations who have said that any nation who redeclare their sovereignty peacefully, they are qualified to become a country of their own. And I can stand to tell you that 29th of November 2024 happened and it was done and dusted peacefully. Enemy meant bad, planned bad, but God turned everything in the favor of Biafra who have sacrificed themselves. The innocent Biafra, over 5 million children that was starved to death. God really appeals to them by make everything peaceful, so that when he reach tomorrow, the world leaders will not see where to lay their hand or to point accusing finger on us. God who did it by withheld the strong evil hands that could have scattered that fateful day of 29th of November 2024. God who withheld them. He caged them, hold them very, very tight, and everything was done. The moment everything was done, that was when Chukwu Kikabiama released all of them from chain. The moment the document generated and the document was handed over to the right hand, Okike Abiama released them from the spiritual chain. That is why you see them today going gaga. It was like they were waking, it was like a dream to them. How did these people was able to maneuver them? How were they able to generate this thing? The documents was handed over, and today they're using that document diplomatically to deal with Nigeria, destroy Nigeria, both underground and upground. Nigeria, they are dealing with Nigeria. Sometimes Nigeria will not come out to cry what USB government are doing to them. Let me also remind us, if Nigeria, one of the things that Nigeria government are afraid of on this earth, make mention of documents, you have finished Nigeria. Nigeria don't want to use their ear hear anything generating documents. They don't want to use their eye see this is the document presenting to you. This is one of the things that is scaring Nigeria. Anything concerning document, they don't want to hear it. So, and today, those that know the importance of documents, they have come out, generated those documents, and that documents today, Nigeria was afraid of. That document they want to deprive us of. That document that make them to kidnap Onyendo. That document that make them to arrest Simon Ekpa, thinking that when they scatter plan A, plan B will not be executed. God will cage all of them. And the plan B was peacefully. After the document was generated, it entered the right hand, it was taken to the appropriate quarter and then put in the archive. And today, everywhere is going gaga. That is why I say I salute the United States of Biafra. Those that make the things happen, and those who have planned to frustrate the effort. I thank God that Okike Abiyama used the instrument that he discovered that they are genuine. He used them hardening their heart that they should go in this might. And Dr. Ngozo Rabeze and those that back her up. And the spirit of the over 5 million children that was starved during 1967 to 70, all of them possess, all of them. And they have an agreement and a strong mind. That was why Dr. Ngozo Rabeze was on the podium on 29th. It won't remain unshakable. Something was speaking out of her. And after the angel, God in heaven used her. And even the enemy could not know what they are doing. That was how today we can now come together to go to our bed and say, thank God that finally that document Onyendo had been looking for. We have finally got it. That document that PM was generating, gathering, finally, that the plan B, heaven have executed it.
So, my fellow Biafrans, Igede-son, thank you so much. Where we are at this stage, honestly, I laugh at many people. And that's why I use this word of recent, this time I said that I am bringing the message of reminder to every Biafrans. So you will not say, you will not, I didn't hear, I didn't, you know it, oh, and you know what you are doing. We are only asking you for you to know that Biafra has been declared, and we are now a sovereign nation. Like they said, without any recognition that you must possess a criteria of a state without recognition. That is what USB is putting on the line at this stage. And that is only how we become a country. There is nothing anybody can do about Mazana Simon Ekpa. Chukwuka Abiyama is here with us. And in due time, he knows how to set our people free. He will be the one to set all of us free. Igede-son, you are two on the stage. You are two on the stage. You are two. So let us, we the Biafran people, focus on US declared as the only country you have. No USB, no Biafra nation. Forget this automobile mechanical government in exile. Nda abịa kwenye Biafra, abịa kwere ịchọrọ ego agbafa ahụ. Onye nọbụrụ n'onwe ya ga-enwe ihe ọ na-arụ. Bụ na ihe ọ na-arụ bụ egbuka moto, mee ya amendment, bazie yi suit. Ọ dịghị ka esi akwụsị yi suit ọchịgaz na mekalik okwere. Ọ bụghị ji na-azọ gọọmenti nke ya ka o nwere ike ịfụ ebe ọ nọ wee na-agwa ụlọ okwu. So anyị agbaghị ya na dis automobile gọọmenti abụghị ihe a ga-eji wee nwetara anyị Biafra n'ihi na Maazị Nkanụ nwere ihe okwu ọsọ na the 4 criteria ga-eji nweta Biafra onye ọbụla ga-achị Biafra n'oge enwe enwe ha nke oge nkere nwe tude ndị ndele ji emit Maazị Nkanụ ha anaghị agwazi ya na okwu ahụ o kwuru emezugo na o kwuru ya na a time will come when people will form government in exile. Na ya ma nkwu ya na wuti ndị ya na-abụ n'okete na ọ bụrụ na ya kwuo ya if I said it now they will betray me and sabotage it, and I am not going to say it on that due time. That government in exile has been fulfilled. All Mazen Kano's word, we said that all his word is prophecy. Tell me one word he said that never fulfilled. When you talk about that when a woman in America joined the movement that Biafra has come, woman in America, are they not the one apart from Biafra right now? Or that's when it's come to you, you choose the ones you like and leave the one that is against what you are doing. We are not here to romance you. We're not here. We have to tell ourselves the truth. Nothing anybody can do to stop USB. A government of a country has moved forward, seeking for diplomatic recognition without making noise. Now, the time we are into is time, pen and paper. The time we are into is time of what? Paper and pen. So, through fundraising. So, guys, please have the mic as we're rounding up. Please have the mic. You have done well.
All right. Thank you, Chino, and I appreciate all of our brothers that are joining us. Triple M and Oluchiwa God, he get a son. They won. Oluchiwa God, you already know my stand, my take on your effort so far. And long may it continue. It is not easy, especially when people are doing what they're doing to enrich themselves. I heard you talking about Biafra Unite. Issue of Biafra Unite, I'm gonna ask that now. Might be no portable. Please, take your mic. I'm getting feedback. Imagine that now, no opportunity to be running his own automobile somewhere in America. It would have been more disastrous. Starting from charter to setting of his platform, back again to continue where he stopped, pretending to be what he is not, and all that. It was after the charter that we started hearing his activities on PM, how he's going back and forth on PM, picking fight with the PM also. So now the same thing. The mistake that PM and the Mazen Nkanụ made is this giving too much chance. When you see that this person opposes threat to you, you still want to work with the person. You know, somebody who don't like you can never like your children. There's no way. Somebody that see you as you're supposed to be they're looking the way to exterminate you. You think they will see your children and they will be like, human being come and sit where that. No. They will also use that thing that they wanted to use on you against your own children. That's just simple thing, simple logic. Biafrans are just like children to these leaders, and ignoring these leaders to believe that they will somehow like you, like me and you, or like Indibo is not true. They will showcase the same thing. That's how they roll. So, Triple mentioned something about the office that they hijacked. Okay, get his people. Just a moment.
The office is in room again, now. Or room now, but room in America.
No, all they got get in UK. Oh, country. Trevor, I see here. Can you remind us the office you talked about? Oh, office on the this I think liaison office. that he convinced one of the people that are in charge of that office to follow him and all that. And that office is no longer functionable. If you begin to talk about the activities of Ogenkere too, with different program, because these people, they have the level of sabotage that they have showcased is not something that you can just touch, like just talk about, just talk on surface and go. As they pass by, we are counting on hundreds of different events that these guys have sabotaged full time. Ogenkere, many offices today we are calling Azubike because of Ogenkere. Ogenkere is one that convinced him. Iman ego go say man. Oh, they got take on everybody payroll. Every day you can sabotage. Even when you say that, when you know the right thing to do, you see, you still have bending, making sure that you do that which Ogenkere want you to do, not what you know that is good for Biafrans. No. And that was the issue of Azubike. And many offices were, they shut it down. Many events, many things. Today, they're still convincing, they're trying to convince their followers to pay money for, what do they even call it? What is that loan? The loan that
MI loan.
MIO, I think the MIO loan, something like that. They're still talking about that loan. That they will give you beautiful certificate. This is what you get when criminals are in charge. Give them seats to be in charge. They will do the same nonsense. Telling people to pay money, that sounds like what? And they will come back and say, oh, now you are criticizing it because it's okay. But when people was doing it, you are okay with it. But they forgot to know that it's not the same. What PM was doing there, you can see the activities, you can see where he's headed, and PM is open for change. PM have time frame in everything that he's doing. PM cannot support anybody that will go to make contribution, donate money for to find his feet on Washington DC. So every day he will carry bag and hang around in the flower, touching flower, taking selfie, making picture every day by day. That's all. Your fundraising is all about that, paying Elias. You are having fundraising every now and then lying. When PM was doing that, was he just about going to Finland? He was doing other things as well. Ogenkere don't have anything apart from going to Washington DC. The annoying part is not as if he's not going to Washington DC, but going there to do nothing. Anyway, Chino, let's wind down. We need to call it a day. Like I said, I thank all of you that join us. This program is not it's not something that we can just just say everything in one day. It's about continuity, consistency. So we are going to continue and to do what we can do to get this done, to pass the message. I don't know, also God, I don't know if you are still here with us.
Yeah, Kai, I'm still here. I'm listening to you and
okay. You made mention of something yesterday. Please don't say it again.
No, I will not. I will not, yeah.
Don't go there. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Okay. So, like I said, all of you have said, even our brother here, his teachings is just, if you listen, you will be educated so high. You will not even bother that part. So, Mazi, I thank you, all of you, and thank you for what you do. For the Nachakwana here, what I didn't was your biabo na ana contest, so protest, ana contest. Nobody's contesting protest. Onye chega pro akwa ego kiki ga you go with your money na onye awoka ndị agara the declaration akwụrụ ụgwọ mo go to 419 them they paid money for them
and they not contest protest. People like us, like me, for example, I used to be worried. I used to feel I used to be worried when people begin to frame up stories against me. You know, I always want to clear myself, but there's nothing, as long as you are coming out to talk on social media, there's nothing on earth you will do that will stop people tagging you with nonsense, one or two. They will keep on. So don't mind them, whatever they're saying. In that man and do and I can't report the sin cause I got to go there and I know what I said. I never for once said you should not go for protest.
Of course,
After all, what Adadarama is not advocating for protest. Her own is rioting. So her own is to go there to riot. So what we are saying here is protest. I'm not saying if you want to go and protest, it's entirely your business.
Yes,
Who am I to tell you what to do? But for you know, I somehow I soft-pedaled my argument with them about the protest. But the moment DPM made a post that he made 2 days ago talking about Biafra Unite, saying that they are the one to, you know, to pick people that are going to be in the court and all that. That triggers a lot of things.
That is madness. This is
that triggers
crazy.
a lot of Europe. Yeah, what you gonna even no, maybe no, even the men maybe not. I don't understand. And I know you give exclusively give them the right to choose people, 20 people that will be in the court. What did I say? Exclusively giving some people were very, very crazy.
I repeat.
I repeat.
That statement hasn't it justified what you have been saying? Because what you are saying is that this protest look like a key to validate stupidity.
Yes.
Because the way that, remember they started the one they started before. They were saying about paying Anthony Levy. Is it Anthony Levy? No, not Levy. What is the name of this new Anthony? They said
from America, yes.
They were saying that one is a validation for you to be a very good follower and a dedicated Jafra, that you must contribute and support. You should use your platform to promote and all that. I know secret call that I received from different people. Kind report to say the kind report, you know, Ngozi don't want PM to come out. You guys don't understand. I always ask them this question: if you think that she don't want PM to come out, why do you say so? You have to make me to feel that thing that you know. Let us know. Let us see what you are saying. No, she want PM to be repatriated.
Yes.
How?
Kai, let me ask you now. Do you know the number of internationals, government institutions, Dr. Ravizana tag in a day? In a Hokwa post, and Ninja tag all over the world.
No.
So one day, Sunday, one in there, what you know, guys,
you need to rest.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. God bless you. Please,
hosting na wumbu ya frabuna the only government in Exile you nwere Enugu ya ka agosere here from 5 from Africa. Na here nwere only 5. Out of that 500 in Africa, how mere gini? How mere transition to government in Exile? How mere declaration, recognition, and release of their leaders? Odoga anya osogi ikwere osogi ekwena mana ịnọkwa n'ụra declare Biafra 29 Nigeria. You gonna of country announce, so hey, yes, finally we have recognized USB as a country. Not when I'm argument also recognize here that is where you are. So, but
my brother,
believe,
him and all this level of sabotage, and when some people feel that, let me just chip in just few things. Somebody shared it to me. The issue of Matanga. Matanga is no longer with USB. Matanga is, I don't know if you have heard about that one before.
Yes, I have asked question. After asking my question, I throw away that one for inside Gota.
These people, they will sneak out. They will sneak out to lobby against the effort of USB. And they will be the first to come out and to ask you, what have you done? Show me what you're doing. Some of them went to Matanga, to tell Madanga that they were division in the house. Now, they were division in the house. That Ngozi will use you and dump you. And the judge who put this thing, cannot even do anything. You know, how the very lucky, like I said, I'm not a position DPM, two things are involved. Is either that Nana and control a fight. Now I'm even name in a different style. By the way, so go before equal could I never no me kuntimwa. Mama kwasi bola nenu ya. Ikwete na oneme. Ona njos kwacha ka lapu no mezu na zuzu na roko. I ga fondi na okay in somebody no get kune they attend that resignation letter we po it shows him. I ga say na say kune with division in the house. Mana go aja we kwacha ka po. I'm going to like DPM, can't you just make it personal issue between Guinea? Must everybody suffer because you're angry? If I be good to showcase my anger, we can make affect everyone again.
Yes.
In our other point. Anyway, let us just wind down, my dear. Thank you so much for.
Let's wind down. Thank you so much, Mazakai.
Yeah.
Biafra, the comment section, please. We salute all of you. We greet all of you. Thank you for being here. Until we come back again in due time. So please, thank you, everyone. Thank you.